Esther Peterson and her husband disagreed over whether to publicize the 1952 charges against him. I didn't want to keep quiet or lie about what was going on. I didn't want to accept any feeling of shame. I wanted to go public and fight it out in the open right then, but Oliver wanted to keep it quiet. Oliver felt that people wouldn't believe him. Esther, people will say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Even years later Peterson disliked discussing the experience, but in 1989 she admitted, "We went through hell. It was one of the things that killed Oliver. He could not stand it. He wouldn't let me talk about it. I couldn't tell the children about it because they'll say there's something about Dad. And how can you explain?" 10. Caroline Ware told only her husband, her employer, and her two best friends that she had been required to answer an interrogatory. She kept the story quiet to protect not only herself but also the reputations of her associates. She did not want to contribute to the sense of insecurity of the people associated with me, especially my new executive secretary of the Washington Urban League. She also dreaded having to ask for affidavits from people who may find themselves in difficulties because they stood up for me. She explained, "One of the suspicious characters that I am accused of associating with is on the list, I am sure, solely because he stood up for somebody else." When Ware was cleared in 1955 after a year-long delay, she rejoiced that it was done without a hearing and the attendant publicity. 11 Defending someone accused of disloyalty was indeed a good way of getting oneself on the suspect list. After the American Association of University Women executive Catherine McHale defended Dorothy Kenyon and Esther Brunauer from Senator McCarthy's allegations, her own appointment to the Subversive Activities Control Board was delayed by loyalty questions, and the AAUW was labeled Pink 12. So another reason for loyalty defendants to keep friends and associates in the dark was to prevent them from trying to help. People who had been accused also worried that they would do more harm than good if they tried to defend others. By making it dangerous to vouch for one's associates, loyalty investigations damaged not just individuals but also ties among individuals. The fraying of networks and coalitions on the left fringe in turn made it difficult to organize politically. Ware recalled that I could not do anything to help my friends, for since I, too, was under suspicion, I could only give them the kiss of death if I made any effort to support them. 13 For Ware, the shock of receiving a list of allegations against her was softened by knowing how many of her friends were also under suspicion, but she soon realized that the practical impact was that none of them could safely help each other or anyone else. Eminent persons whose loyalty was above challenge found themselves inundated with requests for affidavits and had to be careful not to dilute the value of their support by extending it indiscriminately. Loyalty defendants were eternally grateful to those who used up chips for them. After the American Legion called for Tex Goldschmidt's dismissal from government service in 1948, Goldschmidt thanked the powerful Texas Democrat Alvin Wirtz for going to bat for him, adding ruefully, "All the rest of your friends are in about the same fix." 14. Loyalty defendants often were at a loss to figure out the source of charges against them, because loyalty board interrogatories did not identify the source or precise nature of the derogatory information. The anonymity of the loyalty program encouraged people to ventilate ill-informed suspicions and personal grievances. Caroline Ware seems never to have guessed that two young women who worked for her at the OPA reported her to be a communist. When questioned more than a decade later about her association with them, Ware described the two women as efficient, harmless subordinates she barely knew. 15 Not all informants were malicious. Some inadvertently damned their associates with offhand assessment. Unbeknownst to Tex Goldschmidt, for example, his early mentor Jacob Baker told investigators in 1943 that although Goldschmidt was a good public servant, was not a communist, and was not by intention a fellow traveler, he talks too much and has a lot of very close associates who are definitely left-wing and some Communist Party members. That murky assessment took on a life of its own in subsequent reports. Goldschmidt apparently never knew what trouble Baker's comments caused him, and when he was under investigation again in 1954, Goldschmidt asked Baker to vouch for him. 16 More often, however, not knowing the source of allegations disrupted trust in colleagues and friends, further disorienting and isolating loyalty defendants. Some people were not surprised to receive interrogatories from their agency loyalty board. Civil servants whose colleagues included someone named by Whittaker Chambers or Elizabeth Bentley knew they would be under extra scrutiny. The espionage charges against Alger Hiss, to give the most famous example, meant trouble for anyone who had ever worked with him, and that was a lot of people, given the amount of personnel movement as New Deal and war agencies proliferated. Tex Goldschmidt had to explain his relationship to the Hisses because he and they had once lived on the same street in Georgetown. Fortunately for Goldschmidt, he could state that he had been in the Hisses' home only once, and only as far as the foyer while trick-or-treating with his children. The economist Mordecai Ezekiel was questioned after a babysitter reported that Ezekiel's son said Hiss was not guilty. Ezekiel and also Edwin Witt, the Wisconsin Social Security expert, faced repeated difficulties because Hiss's office at the State Department had included them in lists of recommended candidates for UN jobs. 17. Government employees with a close relative who was widely known or perceived to be a member of the Communist Party also were not surprised to receive an interrogatory, but that did not make their position any less painful. Economist Jean Flexner was forced to disavow absolutely her communist sister, Eleanor Flexner, a pioneering feminist historian. Like Mary Dublin Kaiserling, Jean Flexner had a prominent Jewish progressive father and a sister who was well known in left circles. Also like Dublin Kaiserling, Jean Flexner studied under Harold Laski in London, married a government employee, had no children, and distinguished herself as a government economist. Jean stressed that her sister was 9 years younger and that she and Eleanor had not lived in the same city since 1925. Their views had diverged especially sharply after 1938, she said, to the point that they now avoided political topics even as they maintained affectionate sisterly relations. 18. Flexner was asked whether, if she were hiring people responsible for handling secret materials while we were at war with Russia, would you employ your sister Eleanor? She answered, no, I would not, but I would not employ her in a lot of things short of war with Russia, either. Back when Jean Flexner first received the interrogatory, she asked her agency loyalty board to dismiss the charges on the grounds that they were vague and, even if true, not prejudicial to her loyalty. But in the end, to keep her job she had to distance herself from her sister and label her a loyalty risk. Jean's supporters did the same. Her former supervisor Clara Bayer commented that Eleanor was a thorn in the flesh of the Flexner family, adding that Jean had been active in reporting disloyal activity in the agency. Jean Flexner faced successive rounds of investigation, which always featured questions about Eleanor, before her eventual clearance in 1955.19. Absent such a red flag association, being accused of disloyalty often came as a severe shock. Pauli Murray was stunned in 1952 when Cornell University asked her to withdraw her application for a position sponsored by the State Department because of her radical associations in the 1930s. Murray mobilized distinguished supporters to protest Cornell's action, but to no avail. One feels frightened, insecure, exposed. One thinks of all the personal errors, the deep secrets of one's life, unrelated to political activities. One is apprehensive that all the details of one's intimate life will be spread on the record to be read, sifted, weighed, evaluated, and judged by strangers. 20. Murray, who was tormented by doubts about her sexual identity, suffered the special fear that must have been felt by anyone with personal secrets, especially but not only gays and lesbians. The State Department rated the diplomat Esther Brunauer loyal but dismissed her on security grounds because her husband had belonged to a communist organization in the 1920s and also faced moral turpitude allegations. Stephen Brunauer, a Hungarian-born chemist for the Navy, had at least 2 affairs while married to Esther. Desperate to save their careers, Esther argued that her husband's infidelity was a private matter and irrelevant to his employment qualifications. She stated that her husband's lovers were fine young women who did not reflect poorly on his professional judgment. These painful disclosures did not prevent the cruelly ironic ruling by the State Department Loyalty Board that Esther was a security risk because she was married to an adulterer. 21 That was not the final humiliation. After she obtained a job with the Library of Congress, congressional conservatives attacked the library for employing her, which led the library's newsletter to publish a notice that Brunauer would not have access to sensitive materials. Mortified, she left Washington, ending up in a mundane job at a privately endowed organization in the Midwest. She died a few years later at the age of 57. 22. Brunauer's story illustrates the gravity of a loyalty investigation's potential consequences. Damage to one's pride and career aspirations were significant, but the blunt economic threat of dismissal should not be overlooked. Most government employees, even high-ranking ones, could not afford to be unemployed for long. Financial worries were an ongoing theme in their correspondence. 23 Once someone was flagged as a loyalty risk, it was impossible for that person to keep any government job. Even employees who had been cleared after having undergone full field investigation by the FBI were more vulnerable than others to dismissal. 24 Dismissal from the federal government made employment with state and local governments unlikely because they quickly followed the federal example in implementing loyalty procedures. And private employers who received government contracts were required to adopt industrial security programs. Polly Murray, whose race made it especially hard to obtain private sector jobs suited to her training as a lawyer, was desperate when Cornell denied her the project funded by the State Department. 25 Loyalty troubles also followed government employees into seemingly more independent sectors, as Thomas Emerson learned when right-wing alumni campaigned for his dismissal from the Yale Law School. Other academics were less successful than Emerson in retaining their positions. 26 Not surprisingly, when employers could choose among candidates, they avoided hiring those who might invite controversy, even when the employers did not themselves doubt candidates' loyalty. Devastating as it was, loss of employment was only one of the clubs that investigators wielded. The FBI often urged the Justice Department to prosecute loyalty defendants on perjury charges. A federal grand jury indicted Val Lorwin even though the State Department Loyalty Board had cleared him. It took Lorwin 2 years to get the indictment thrown out on the grounds that Justice's attorney had misrepresented the evidence to the jury. 27 Foreign-born civil servants were subject to deportation. Loyalty defendants often faced passport restrictions that curbed their international travel, which could be a serious professional problem. Thomas Emerson and Charlotte Towell, academics who had been in government, won prestigious international grants but had difficulty obtaining passports to use them. 28 Academics also stood to lose government research grants, which meant, as John Peters put it, complete extinction of all my investigative activities and those of the youngsters who have been associated with me. 29 People who were dismissed as loyalty risks or who resigned before final clearance also risked losing their pensions. When Paul R. Porter applied for federal retirement benefits in 1970, examiners reviewed his record to see whether it contained evidence of perjury that could be grounds for denial of benefits. 30. Harassment and surveillance were facts of life for suspect civil servants and their relatives. They widely believed their phone lines were tapped, accurate or not, the perception heightened their anxiety. 31 The FBI obtained suspects' address books, sometimes by illegal means. The FBI found Tom Emerson's 1939 address book, supposedly in an apartment he had vacated. 32 Aubrey Williams's teenage son was held in jail by the District of Columbia Police in 1958 after leaving his father's car parked in a bus stop. Not only was the punishment disproportionate to the offense, but when the dust settled, Williams's address book was missing from the car's glove compartment. Williams claimed the police admitted they were acting on orders from the FBI. He took the story to the press, pointing out that the damage was not just to him and his son but to the hundreds of people in his address book who would now find themselves under suspicion. 33 The long list of unpleasant consequences intensified loyalty defendants' desperation to impress loyalty officials favorably. Defense strategies. Loyalty defendants and their lawyers developed a wide range of tactics for convincing officials to rate them eligible. They all struggled to find a balance between saying what they guessed loyalty officials wanted to hear, on the one hand, and upholding their own principles, on the other. The form and effectiveness of their tactics were conditioned by gender prescriptions. The obvious priority for every loyalty defendant was demonstrating that one had never been sympathetic to communism or, if need be, explaining that one had been briefly interested but had long since become hostile to the Communist Party. Active members of the Communist Party, of course, had to either leave government or lie. It is impossible to know how many chose the latter, but it was probably a small number. A larger number may have succeeded in concealing past membership in the party. 34 In the early years of loyalty screenings, former party members who could document their resignation sometimes won clearance. The lawyer Nancy Frankel Wexler was retained by several agencies during the war and then served as counsel to the President's Committee on Civil Rights, despite the fact that she and her husband, the journalist James Wexler, had belonged to the Young Communist League from about 1933 to 1937. It probably helped that her husband had written publicly about the couple's disillusionment with Soviet communism, but Nancy Wexler nonetheless was careful to present herself to examiners as now apolitical. When the loyalty program became more stringent in 1947, she went into private practice. Her civil service file was flagged in case she tried to return, which it appears she did not. 35. In distancing themselves from communism, defendants displayed a broad spectrum of attitudes toward the CP and toward the loyalty program itself. Neutrality was not an option. With any derogatory information in the record, it was insufficient to show one had not been pro-communist. One had to convince officials that one had been anti-communist. Some defendants avoided criticizing communists even as they explained their own differences with them. Some commended loyalty officials for their hard work in rooting out communists in government and sympathized with the difficulty of their task. Others boldly declared that the effort to label political subversives was repressive and counterproductive. Some combined those approaches. Esther Brunauer condemned communists and said they should be disqualified from government jobs, but she also indicted the loyalty program. Because the loyalty program held that the individual counts for nothing and the interest of the state is paramount, she argued, the system is built purely along Russian lines. 36. For the many civil servants who faced allegations about their associations with alleged fronts such as the National Lawyers Guild, the United Public Workers Union, and the League of Women Shoppers, one of the most effective defenses was to produce evidence of one's resignation at some date before or soon after communist control of the group increased. Also helpful was documentation of one's divergence from the CP line, criticism of the Soviet invasion of Finland, advocacy of aid to Britain during the Hitler-Stalin Pact, opposition to the Morgenthau Plan to pastoralize Germany, support for the Marshall Plan, or opposition to Henry Wallace's Progressive Party in 1948. Many left liberals offered their membership in the Americans for Democratic Action as proof of their anti-communism. In fact, so many civil servants cited their ADA membership as evidence of loyalty that one might wonder whether providing shelter for non-communist leftists was a major reason for the ADA's founding in 1947, the same year that the loyalty program was formally established. Public health expert John Peters's unusual refusal to join the ADA seems to confirm the point. My reason for being uninterested is that I do not share your fears that communists and communism are hidden under every bed. In fact, I am one of those that don't have time to look under the bed. 37. Defendants who could not muster documentary proof of having opposed communism often tried to persuade officials that they simply were not the type of person to be a communist. Some defendants listed examples that proved their commitment to democracy and insisted they could never have been communist because they abhorred communists' undemocratic methods. But defense attorneys and their clients learned not to count on loyalty boards' appreciation for the distinctions between radical democracy and communism. The process for selecting loyalty board members favored people who had not been involved in controversy. Liberals and intellectuals were rarely appointed, apparently on the theory that they were naive. The results demonstrated, as Eleanor Bonta-Kudrili observed after perusing loyalty hearing transcripts, that naivete is not the monopoly of any one class of persons. Bontecu concluded that the Civil Service Commission's decision to appoint solid citizens who inspired public confidence and to avoid anyone who might have tilted at windmills in the days of their youth often yielded boards whose members were well-meaning but uninformed about the many varied and complex social movements in the United States. 38 Rather than relying on loyalty officials' appreciation for nuance, defendants tried to appeal to them by stressing their independence of thought, insisting they were not joiners, and reciting their all-American lineage. Arguing that a loyalty defendant was too independent to submit to the Communist Party's rigid discipline was a tactic that seems to have worked better for men than for women. In two cases that reached the Supreme Court, former U.S. Employment Service Supervisor Dorothy Bailey and U.S. Public Health Service consultant John Peters faced similar charges and had the same counsel. In both cases the defense argued that their client was too independent a thinker to follow the commie line. Bailey and Peters were equally prickly toward loyalty officials. They challenged vague questions, corrected poor assumptions, and refused to say that communists were a grave threat to national security. Bailey was dismissed in 1951, Peters was reinstated in 1955. Timing may help explain the differing outcomes. By the time the Supreme Court heard the Peters case, Senator McCarthy had been disgraced and cries to reform the loyalty program were at last gaining traction. Gender seems to have been another factor, however, in officials' contrasting reactions to Dorothy Bailey and John Peters. Bailey was anything but deferential. She infuriated her first loyalty board by refusing to declare that her local of the United Public Workers Union included a communist clique. The fact that a few union members decided to call themselves the right-wing group, she observed, did not prove the existence of a left-wing counterpart. She claimed to be an independent who was attacked by the right-wing faction because she refused to join in calling the others communists. She also refused to state that a Communist Party member could not be loyal to the United States. The Loyalty Board ruled against her. Bailey told her appeals board they were being used as a goon squad in an internecine union conflict. Then, when asked to define a communist, she asked the examiner what his own definition would be. "Please don't ask me questions. I am supposed to ask you," he snapped, adding that he knew what a communist was even if he was not a Bryn Mawr graduate or a Phi Beta Kappa like the defendant. 39. By contrast, male loyalty defendants could get away with a defiant attitude. The Yale medical professor John Peters was downright rude. "I presume your letter follows a stereotyped form for which you are not responsible," he wrote to the chairman of his agency loyalty board. "I have read it carefully repeatedly and submitted it to several intelligent friends for interpretation to no avail. My own impression is that Lewis Carroll missed a perfect gem through the looking glass." Peters mocked the board's request that he bring evidence to his hearing to defend himself when he had not been told the specific substance and sources of the charges. "He was left to conjure from my imagination what sinister acts I may have unconsciously performed. Limited time and a sense of humor have saved me from keeping a diary." 40 At his appeal hearing, Peters likened Communist Party activity to secret boys' clubs and said that repressing it was ridiculous. Since his previous hearing, Peters had publicly petitioned for repeal of the McCarran Internal Security Act. A man who would do that, his counsel argued, would never accept the discipline of the Communist Party. The Loyalty Review Board rejected Peters's appeal, but the Supreme Court did not, and Peters was reinstated. Dorothy Bailey remained barred from government employment and ended up a clerical worker for her defense attorney at Arnold, Fortis and Porter. 41 The Interior Department's Ralph Russell was cleared in 1955 despite associations with the same union leaders who had been held against Bailey. Russell's loyalty board concluded that his association with union and civil rights causes simply reflected Russell's Yankee conscience and pugnacious personality. Such allowances rarely were made for female defendants. Loyalty officials seem to have judged independent thinking a good sign in a man but worrisome in a woman. 42. The case of Dorothy Kenyon publicized the dangers of having been a joiner in the 1930s. Kenyon was the first person named by Senator McCarthy when he appeared before the Tidings Committee in March 1950 to support his charges against the State Department. Kenyon had distinguished herself as a lawyer in New York City since 1917 and was appointed a municipal court judge by Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia in 1939. In 1947, President Truman named her U.S. delegate to the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. That appointment was under State Department auspices, and McCarthy thought he could use her to embarrass that agency and Truman. McCarthy claimed that Kenyon had been affiliated with at least 28 Communist Front organizations. Kenyon responded to McCarthy with a defiance that became legendary. Kenyon told the press, "He's a low-down worm, and although it ought to be beneath my dignity to answer him, I'm mad enough to say that he's a liar and he can go to hell." By the time of McCarthy's accusation, Kenyon's UN commission had expired, which put her beyond the loyalty program's reach for the moment. Banner headlines described Kenyon as flaying and blasting McCarthy. She called him an unmitigated liar and a coward to take shelter in the cloak of congressional immunity. She might have lent her name to groups that later turned out to include communists, she said, but she had never been a communist or a sympathizer. 43-44. Supporters cheered Kenyon's spirited reply, but in the long run her bravado may have harmed more than it helped. 45. Molly Dewson, the Democratic Party women's leader, wrote to ask, "Well, how is the unhung old witch yet?" Kenyon replied, "The old witch isn't hung yet. But the truth never does catch up with the lie, and there will always be people who will think me a red." 46. Indeed, Kenyon never received another public appointment. The Johnson White House considered her for a position in 1964 but decided against it. 47. In 1971, Kenyon reflected that she had been lucky in being the first on the list and therefore relatively fearless. If she had had any idea how much damage the unmitigated liar and his allies were about to do, she might have been more circumspect. 48. Loyalty defendants and their lawyers learned from headline cases such as Kenyon's that it could be effective to demonstrate that one had never joined many organizations. By the early 1950s, joiners were caricatured as easy marks. Leon Kaiserling claimed a temperamental aversion to organized activity. UNESCO official Isidore Lubin assured the Loyalty Review Board he had been too busy and too cautious to join groups or even to socialize widely when he worked on sensitive war-related projects. 49. Professional women had more difficulty than men showing they had not been joiners. For one thing, women may have been more likely in fact to be joiners. Their more limited career opportunities and the social approval for women's volunteer activities made it especially common for women to participate in many clubs and organizations. Furthermore, many popular front causes had feminist appeal. Women had particular reason to oppose fascism and militarism, to favor poll tax repeal, to admire the CIO, and so forth. Women like Dorothy Kenyon and Mary Dublin Kaiserling did have associations with many left-led groups. When a female loyalty defendant did not have such associations, she and her lawyer highlighted that point. Abe Forta said of his client Rhea Radin, a public health policy analyst, "She has not been, I'm glad to say, a joiner." A sympathetic witness told the FBI that Jane Hoye, director of the Bureau of Public Assistance, was not the type of person to join organizations. 50. Another strategy for defendants was to create a patriotic narrative describing their all-American lineage. Pauli Murray went so far as to write a family memoir in reaction to accusations of disloyalty. The book's title, Proud Shoes, The Story of an American Family, takes on new meaning in light of attacks on her as un-American. 51. Another defendant, Murray's mentor and friend Caroline Ware, enumerated the achievements of her distinguished New England ancestors, from her paternal grandfather's work on behalf of freed persons during Reconstruction, to her great-grandfather, a Harvard theology professor who shared a pulpit with Ralph Waldo Emerson, to her maternal grandfather's friendship with Abraham Lincoln. Ware argued that the heritage she cherished was utterly incompatible with communism's regimentation of thought and rule by fear. 52. Similarly, NLRB Regional Director Dorothea Deschwinitz informed loyalty officials that her mother's family had been in North America since the 1600s and her paternal great-great-grandfather, a minister, had arrived in 1770.53. Mordecai Ezekiel noted that his Portuguese Jewish ancestors had been in the United States since before the Revolution, so we are Americans from a long way back. 54. Loyalty defendants whose ancestors were recent arrivals to the United States tried to show that their families did not fit nativist stereotypes. Isidore Lubin began his loyalty hearing by explaining that his father, a clothing merchant born in Russia, had voted Republican, and that there were no radical ideas in family. His own trip to Russia in 1929 had convinced him, he explained, that its people lived in fear and poverty. 55 Jewish civil servants who were not part of the mass exodus from Eastern Europe made sure to point this out, since those Jews were assumed to be predisposed toward communism. Another common defense tactic under the pressure of investigation was to stress one's conventionality, whether in taste, religion, or aspirations. This approach seems to have been effective even though it did not mesh smoothly with assertions of independent-mindedness. The defense attorney Joseph Finelli, who handled about 200 loyalty cases, found it necessary to expose innermost life, such as his or her taste in books, theater, music, clothing, and art. Loyalty officials often talked about trying to get a picture of the whole man, and some of them were quick to see a red flag in such attributes as atheism, attraction to experimental art and literature, or passion for Russian music. 56 The lawyer Bernice Lodwin Bernstein assured her loyalty board that she disliked modern art and music and that her children attended traditional schools. 57 Because many anti-communists were suspicious of both atheists and Jews, Protestant and Catholic defendants frequently highlighted their religiosity. Indeed, the loyalty program may have induced a surge in overt displays of Christian faith on the part of civil servants. In the same year that David Demarest Lloyd was drafting the Ada Constitution and waiting for a loyalty clearance from the State Department, he became superintendent of the Sunday school at his Episcopal church and with his wife founded a church lecture series. He highlighted those activities in a biographical statement he submitted to loyalty officials in 1952.58. Harold Ickes began his defense of Tex Goldschmidt by describing him as of German Lutheran stock. Goldschmidt later explained, he wanted to say I was not Jewish, Jews and communists being often equated in that era. 59 Goldschmidt claimed he had worried more about explaining his atheism at hearings than about how to represent his views on capitalism. 60 To convince investigators that they were not subversive, loyalty defendants and their lawyers frequently played up their obeisance to conventional expectations about the roles of women and men. For women, this could mean highlighting their interests in children, cooking, or shopping. Deference to conventions of femininity also could mean emphasizing one's selflessness rather than one's rights. Bernice Bernstein's lawyer brought her husband to the hearing and had him explain why she was working when they did not need her salary. Rather than asserting Bernice's rights, Bernard Bernstein argued it would be best for the government to keep her services, and best for their children and for his own career that she be cleared and retained. In Lucy Kramer Cohen's case, friendly informants stressed that she needed employment because she had been widowed with 2 young daughters. They also mentioned her charm and domesticity. 61 Married women who used their maiden names had to explain their practice, and they rarely did so in feminist terms. Mary Taylor said that she kept her maiden name so that her pacifism would not embarrass her first husband, the journalist Rodney Dutcher. For good measure she noted that her pacifism was based on her religious views and her father was a minister. 62 For men, deference to gender conventions could mean stressing their control over wives. Joseph Churchill Murray, an economist employed by the U.S. Army after the war to strengthen the non-communist wing of the Japanese labor movement, was asked why his wife did not accompany him to Japan. Esther Murray had made headlines in 1948 by insisting on a civil rights plank in the Democratic Party platform and had been the Democratic nominee in a tight California congressional race in 1950. She lost, just before her husband's loyalty hearing. After speculating that the wife's electoral battle had led to the charges against her husband, the defendant's counsel took pains to normalize the couple's relationship. He brought out that they had a very mutual relationship, that the husband supported her decision to run for office, and that she faithfully performed such wifely duties as arranging his poker games. 63 Catherine Bauer, in trying to clear her name to save her husband's career, stressed to the Army Navy Air Force Personnel Security Board that she had followed her husband wherever his work took them. Before her marriage, Bauer was well known as an archetypical new woman. She smoked, drank, and took many lovers as she traveled the world. 64 Similarly, in refuting allegations against his wife, Wilbur Cohen highlighted her volunteer work as a Cub Scout den mother and explained that it was her Baptist upbringing that motivated her to fight for poll tax repeal. 65 The gender expectations of loyalty officials sometimes surfaced when they tried to assess an employee's susceptibility to influence by a relative. Many loyalty defendants faced allegations involving relatives other than spouses, and they faced a tricky task as they tried to disassociate themselves from an allegedly communist sibling or parent without getting that person into deeper trouble. Loyalty boards wanted to hear that the defendant thoroughly disapproved of the relative in question and was in no way under that person's influence. Husbands had greater success than wives in convincing boards that a radical spouse did not influence them. Similarly, officials seem to have been more able to perceive men as independent from leftist female relatives than vice versa. Eugene Landy, whose mother belonged to the CP, was cleared, but in 3 other cases daughters with allegedly CP fathers were dismissed. 66 Choosing among and implementing strategies for convincing officials of one's loyalty took an enormous amount of time and money and drained defendants' mental and physical energies. Given how many employees were forced to spend weeks researching charges, replying to interrogatories, gathering affidavits, preparing for hearings, correcting hearing transcripts, and waiting for rulings, it is surprising that the government kept functioning at all. Civil servants also spent hours on their colleagues' cases answering questions from FBI agents, writing affidavits, appearing at hearings, a burden that was heavier for those in supervisory positions. Critics of the loyalty program tried to appeal to taxpayers by pointing out how expensive the program was, in terms of hours diverted from normal operations as well as indirect administrative costs. After receiving an interrogatory, employees dropped everything in order to get legal advice and complete the research and writing in time to respond within the allotted 10 days. One woman attorney who acted as her own counsel spent 300 hours of work and vacation time preparing her reply to interrogatory, which came to 19,000 words plus 19 exhibits, and for the subsequent hearing. 67 The president of Amherst College told Walter Gellhorn he was shocked that a person like you should have to waste so much energy on such foolishness. 68 Cynics wondered whether the loyalty program was chiefly a tool by which conservatives prevented civil servants from getting anything done, thereby making a self-fulfilling prophecy of the mantra that government bureaucracy wasted taxpayer money. 69 But the financial burden of the loyalty program fell more heavily on loyalty defendants than on taxpayers. The threat of unemployment was the greatest financial worry, but the legal fees alone could be overwhelming, even for high-ranking officials, and even though defense attorneys often reduced their rates in loyalty cases. 70 Esther Peterson recalled that during Oliver's investigation in the 1950s, her 4 children helped finance their college educations by picking fruit in Utah, just as she had done in the 1920s. 71 Government employees earned relatively low salaries for their education levels and experience, and for those who faced loyalty investigations, financial worry was a constant theme. Suspension without pay was common, and employees had no way to predict how long it would take for their case to be resolved. It could be a matter of a few months, but year-long waits were not uncommon. Esther Brunauer was suspended in April 1951, had hearings in July, waited 9 months before a negative ruling, and then went through the appeals process before being dismissed in July 1952. Even at half rate, her legal fees were $2,500, a sum that probably represented at least a quarter of her annual salary. 72 One's career suffered from the long uncertainty even when one was cleared. Mordecai Ezekiel, the former brain truster and advocate of agricultural planning, replied to the interrogatory of his loyalty board in December 1953 and was not cleared until April 1955. By then based in Rome as a top official at the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, he struggled to gather dozens of affidavits from abroad, and he faced 2 hearings. He eventually was made the agency's Assistant Director General, but the proceedings held up his promotion. 73. Such experiences imposed psychological costs. One was the burden of living with the strategic choices one had made in the high-stakes game of trying to win clearance. Defendants had to decide, sometimes on the spot, which views, organizations, friends, and relatives to disavow and which to stand by. No doubt some people regretted their choices. In trying to establish their anti-communist credentials, some people created a distorted self-portrait that they then had to live with. Defendants often likened their loyalty trials to a trip with Alice in Wonderland, or to looking into a funhouse mirror at Coney Island. 74. After their inquisition, some loyalty defendants may have been ashamed of what they saw in the regular mirror. Reinventing oneself could be unhealthy. Marriages suffered. Leon Kaiserling ended up grossly overweight, bitter, and estranged from his wife. Mary Dublin Kaiserling spent her last years shredding papers, a behavior that relatives attributed to Alzheimer's disease but that may have been a manifestation of earlier actual or symbolic destructions. 75. The number of the accused who died at a young age is striking. Esther Peterson believed that the years of stress aggravated her husband's cancer and left him a broken spirit. McCarthyism killed my man, she concluded bitterly. 76. Mary Taylor was diagnosed with a brain tumor not long after an extended investigation resulted in her clearance in 1951, she continued working, was cleared again in 1955, and died in 1957 at age 57. Her husband Donald Montgomery, the former government consumer advocate and United Auto Workers official, committed suicide weeks later. His associations had been an issue in his wife's case. 77. Former Truman aide David Lloyd died at 51 of an aneurysm, which his widow attributed to his having been a smoker, but the strain of McCarthy's attacks could not have helped. 78. As noted already, Esther Brunauer died of heart failure at 57. Catherine McHale, a Truman appointee to the Subversive Activities Control Board, died suddenly of unknown causes in 1956. At a moment when the FBI was pursuing rumors that she was a lesbian with a drinking problem. 79. High-powered jobs and health problems might have done these people in even without loyalty trials, but the stress of being investigated was probably a contributing factor. Collective responses. With the help of a few defendants like Dorothy Bailey, John Peters, and Esther Brunauer, who challenged the loyalty program head-on, an anti-McCarthyite network did emerge. These critics, lawyers, academics, journalists, foundations succeeded in exposing some of the most egregious aspects of the loyalty program and bringing about reforms. They were cautious, though. They kept their distance from left critics of the loyalty program. And even as they challenged some forms of discrimination in the operation of the program, they ignored others. They performed invaluable service by documenting racial and ethnic discrimination and the decline of civic participation, but they overlooked certain gendered corollaries, such as the curtailment of wives' activism and of women's demands for workplace rights. Some of their assumptions and tactics in fact reinforced barriers to women's advancement. For example, when loyalty charges left husbands unemployed, program critics portrayed family dependence on wives' earnings as a tragedy. Leftist journalists and government employee unions protested the loyalty program from the start, but their critiques had little impact on public opinion, particularly in the 1947-52 period, when international events and party politics contributed to a climate that favored the hardcore crusaders against communists in government. The United Public Workers of America vociferously protested the loyalty program on many grounds. The UPWA officer Alfred Bernstein, who eventually served as defense counsel in over 400 cases involving UPWA members, prepared an early analysis stating that the loyalty program had become an instrument to intimidate all Americans who oppose racial discrimination, who want to join unions of their choice, who want to think, and who want to speak their minds on any issue. Observing that laws were already in place for removing disloyal employees, Bernstein concluded that the loyalty program's true function was thought control aiding. Among those to whom UPWA sent its report was Yale Law School professor Thomas Emerson, who had just published a study of the loyalty program. Back when he held important positions at the NLRB and then the OPA, Emerson himself had been at the vortex of congressional allegations that those agencies employed communist sympathizers. His own experience was an unacknowledged source for his analysis of the procedural deficiencies of the program. After assessing the threat of communists in government, he enumerated the negative impacts of the loyalty program and compared it to its counterparts in other countries. Emerson recommended reforming loyalty procedures and restricting their application to security-sensitive positions. He concluded that the loyalty program was crippling the effectiveness of democratic government. 81. Emerson's indictment of the loyalty program made him a hero to leftists and civil libertarians, but it also put him back in the crosshairs of counter-subversives. Because the essay lambasted the FBI for illegal wiretapping, J. Edgar Hoover issued a formal rebuttal. Hoover's agents also stepped up their surveillance of Emerson. He would find himself denied a passport in 1952, called before CIS in 1953, and the subject of successive campaigns to get Yale to dismiss him. Association with him also led to investigation of some of his students. 82. Assisted by financial support from private foundations, several other scholars undertook studies of the loyalty program, and like Emerson, some of them found their own loyalty questioned. With a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation, the Cornell University Press published a series that included 2 monographs by Columbia Law's Walter Gellhorn and one by civil rights lawyer Eleanor Bontekoe. Published between 1950 and 1953, these studies remain the standard overviews of government loyalty security measures. 83. In 1954, the Ford Foundation's Fund for the Republic hired the young lawyer Adam Yarmolinsky to study personnel loyalty cases. In publicizing the resulting study, Yarmolinsky positioned himself as an objective observer. He explained that for security reasons the government's side of each case was unavailable and therefore unrepresented. In radio talks, press releases, and cover letters distributing 10,000 copies of the published study, he avoided making recommendations, instead simply listing 6 questions that the cases raised about the program. The official response was nonetheless chilly. The Office of the Attorney General called it a subjective one-sided presentation based on unrepresentative cases. The FFR's point had not been that its sample was representative but rather that it indicated serious flaws in the program. 84. Scholars of the loyalty program and the foundations that funded them were accused of communist sympathies. In 1954, a House committee launched an investigation of un-American activities at the major philanthropic organizations, including the Ford, Rockefeller, and Guggenheim foundations. The 2-year investigation did not find evidence of wrongdoing by the foundations, and the studies they funded, along with the work of journalists, began to undermine the loyalty program's credibility. Nonetheless, in 1959 the Fund for the Republic dropped its plan to publish additional loyalty cases. 85. Even after it became safer to criticize the loyalty program, its early critics found themselves hampered by the taint of subversiveness they had acquired by challenging the program during its heyday. Gellhorn, Bontekoe, and Yarmolinsky all found themselves locked out of government service, ostensibly because of other associations but in fact because their dissent had triggered hostile scrutiny. 86. As examples of injustice to government employees continued to emerge in the press and from academic studies, and after McCarthy's censure in 1954 and the admission by ex-communist informant Harvey Matiso that he and other government witnesses had lied, the balance of public opinion on the subject of communists in government began to shift in favor of those who sought to reform the loyalty program. During the run-up to the 1956 elections, some Democrats abandoned their defensive crouch and tried to make Republican abuse of the loyalty security program a campaign issue. Back during the 1954 congressional campaigns, Vice President Richard Nixon had credited the Eisenhower administration with ousting some 8,000 Truman appointees as loyalty or security risks. Senator Olin Johnston, chair of the Post Office and Civil Service Committee, 1. Authorization of a subcommittee charged with investigating what Democrats called the Nixon numbers game. Research by Johnston's staff demonstrated that Nixon's numbers indeed had been grossly distorted. Under Eisenhower, very few dismissals were on loyalty security grounds, and many of those dismissed had been hired by the Eisenhower administration, not Truman. 87. The subcommittee also achieved something that Eleanor Bontekoe and others had been trying to do for several years. It put the spotlight on executive agency security officers, who wielded power with little oversight. Johnston's staff turned the tables by investigating the hiring and conduct of security officers, and what it found was not pretty. As a result, the State Department's notorious security officer Scott McCloud, a former FBI agent, was chastised, as was his counterpart at the Department of Agriculture. Most sensationally, Johnston Committee investigators discovered that the security officer of the Small Business Administration, George V. McDavitt, was involved in a fascist group that was on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. McDavitt ran his office like a tyrant, and several members of his staff were happy to explain to the subcommittee how McDavitt manipulated the security clearance process, for example by rewriting reports to include only derogatory information and by demanding personal favors in exchange for clearance. The subcommittee also discovered that McDavitt, who had zealously denied clearances for immoral conduct, himself had an adulterous affair with a German woman, battered and divorced his wife, and then brought the German Miss X to the United States. He also allegedly favored gay men and lesbians on his staff. McDavitt denied it all and had the temerity given his conduct in investigating others to complain that his privacy rights were being violated. The evidence was incontrovertible, however, and he was dismissed. For leftists and liberals, the irony was delicious. The Eisenhower administration boasted that its revamped security program had thrown hundreds of Truman-appointed communists out of government, when in fact it had put civil servants and the administrative capacity of the U.S. government in the hands of failed FBI agents and even a Nazi sympathizer. 88. In addition to the efforts of individual government employees and concerned lawyers, academics, and journalists, another factor that tarnished the image of the loyalty program and pressured politicians to reform it was organized protest from groups who correctly perceived that the program discriminated against them. In varying ways, homosexuals, Jews, and African Americans responded collectively to the loyalty program. By contrast, women made little explicit protest of the particular discrimination they faced. The purge of homosexuals from the federal government was a major stimulus to the emergence of a gay and lesbian movement. Lawyers who handled loyalty cases observed that homosexuals were getting at the very least an extremely raw deal, and they sometimes challenged the assumption that homosexuals were automatically security risks because of their presumed susceptibility to blackmail. Joseph Finelli pointed out, for example, that if a homosexual could be manipulated by his fear of disclosure, then a married man could be manipulated by threats against his family. 89 The nation's first formal homosexual organization, the Mattachine Society, emerged during the Lavender Scare of the early 1950s, and its Washington branch formed in direct response to the crusade to get gays out of government jobs. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, Mattachine publications protesting the loyalty program mainly reached gay readers, but by the mid-1960s gay organizations were pressuring the Civil Service Commission to stop discriminating against homosexuals, and they secured victory with a 1969 court ruling. Ironically, policies meant to counter the power and influence of gay civil servants actually fostered the creation of an effective and influential political gay pressure group. 90. Commentators at the time and since noted the prominence of racial and ethnic minorities among the victims of loyalty investigations. Whites who were vocal in opposing racial discrimination were frequent targets. 2.91 When 26 Jewish and black postal workers charged discrimination in a suit that eventually reached the Supreme Court, public awareness of the problem increased, even though the court was not persuaded. In the Fort Monmouth Army cases publicized by Senator McCarthy, 33 of the 35 defendants were Jewish. Their lawyers argued that the security officers who initiated the cases were in part motivated by flagrant anti-Semitism. 92 The American Jewish Committee issued press releases denouncing anti-Semitic comments by loyalty officials, and it wrote to the Johnston Committee with suggestions for reforming the program. 93 Other minorities benefited from the increased scrutiny of bias in the loyalty program. When a Chinese American was suspended in 1955 from his job inspecting electrical equipment for a defense contract manufacturer on the grounds that he had relatives living in Communist China, the American Civil Liberties Union paid his legal fees, and he was cleared. 94. Like Jewish groups, black organizations such as the NAACP were quick to point out the loyalty program's bias against minority employees. African American groups did not submit complaints or proposals to the Johnston Committee, perhaps because Senator Johnston, although liberal in some respects, was an avowed white supremacist, but a white attorney did inform the committee that in his experience many loyalty defendants were Negroes in low-level, non-sensitive jobs against whom there was little substantial evidence. 95 White liberals focused on the high number of blacks among the little people hurt by the loyalty program, but black activists were especially concerned about its impact on the relatively small number of high-ranking blacks. From the beginning, when the Dies Committee began issuing lists of alleged subversives in government, black journalists protested its disproportionate attention to prominent African Americans such as William Pickens, Mary McLeod Bethune, Ralph Bunche, and E. Franklin Frazier. Pickens was a Yale-educated sociologist who was director of branches for the NAACP from 1930 to 1941 and then took a position in the Treasury Department. Bethune was an educator who founded the National Council for Negro Women in 1935 and then, as an official of the National Youth Administration, became a close friend of Eleanor Roosevelt and the unofficial leader of the administration's black cabinet. Bunche, a political scientist who specialized in colonial territories and influenced the formation of the United Nations, won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950 for his diplomatic efforts in the Middle East. Frazier was a prolific and distinguished sociologist at Howard University who worked for UNESCO in Paris, Africa, and the Middle East. In the process of fighting for black civil rights, all four had been associated with communists. All could document their own early anti-communism, but the associations nonetheless hindered them for the rest of their careers. 96. The obviousness of racial bias in the loyalty program paradoxically gave African Americans a degree of protection that grew stronger with time, as black protest and diplomatic imperatives eroded the respectability of overt racism. An early illustration occurred during one of the Dies Committee's salvos against communists in government. In 1943, the House amended an appropriations bill to deny salaries to employees named by Martin Dies as crackpot radicals. For technical reasons, the bill forced the dismissal of only one employee, William Pickens, who was also one of the only two African Americans on Dies's list of 38 civil servants. This result apparently was unintentional, but the ensuing criticism from the lone black congressman and the black press strained the bipartisan conservative coalition. Worried about the northern black vote, Republicans distanced themselves from Dies and other Southern Democrats, whom they suspected of setting them up by concealing Pickens's race. Pickens was reinstated. 97 In the years after the loyalty program was formalized in 1947, many observers commented on investigators' tendency to associate advocacy of racial equality with communism. 98 By the mid-1950s, loyalty officials had recognized that it was unreasonable to expect black employees not to have been active on behalf of racial justice. Ralph Bunche's case had a demonstrable effect on his loyalty board. Back in the 1930s, Bunche had been active in communist-influenced groups such as the National Negro Congress. In 1953, Bunche, then a top UN official, was called before CIS, which claimed the UN had become a refuge for American communists. Under pressure from congressional conservatives, the president extended the loyalty program to American employees of the United Nations and other international organizations. The new international organization's employee loyalty board soon took up Bunche's case. At his May 1954 hearings, white and black witnesses supported Bunch's claim that he had been a forceful anti-communist at least since 1940. An account of the hearing was leaked to the press, and the NAACP called the inquiry a farce. After 12 hours of hearings in which two paid ex-communist witnesses were shown to be lying, the IOLB departed from its usual secrecy by issuing a public and unanimous clearance. 99. Publicly embarrassed by the Bunch case, the IOLB subsequently was more tolerant of civil rights activism by black officials, even if it had led to contact with communists. In 1961, when Bunch's Howard University colleague E. Franklin Frazier applied for a position with UNESCO, one IOLB member urged his fellow board members to take a lenient view of Frazier's past associations with communist fronts. In view of present world tensions, race difficulties, our past experience with some accusing witnesses, the experience in the Bunch case, we must take a realistic look at this file. We must not rush into possible error nor incur judicial or individual or group wrath over a palpable error on our part. That official worried about the political fallout at home and abroad if the board appeared to be unfair to a distinguished African American. His sensitivity did not help Frazier himself, who died before replying to the interrogatory, but it indicates that loyalty officials could be influenced by the threat of group wrath. 100. Few women of any race challenged the loyalty program's association between feminism, or even gender nonconformity, and political subversion. Neither politicians nor loyalty officials showed any concern about incurring the group wrath of women, and the loyalty program's gendered biases were never recognized, unlike its discrimination against homosexuals and racial and ethnic minorities. The one organization that called itself feminist during the 1950s was the National Woman's Party, and its Republican-leaning leadership did not speak out against McCarthyism. 101 Women were prominent in the resistance to Red Scare politics, from Dorothy Kenyon to Catherine McHale to Eleanor Bontecoup, but they rarely articulated their grievances in feminist terms. Although women were among those loyalty defendants who contacted the Johnston Committee in 1955, none suggested that gender prejudice had been a factor in their dismissal. 102 Individual women perceived that their sex worked against them, but they rarely made that a public issue. Racism was on the defensive by the mid-1950s in ways that sexism was not, so this may have been a practical strategy, but it accommodated the status quo. A good example of how women buried feminist complaints within more general principles is a Washington Post column by Malvina Lindsay. She hinted that McCarthy's reckless charges of communism against Dorothy Kenyon and Esther Brunauer were really a reaction against those women stepping out of their prescribed roles. Observing that Kenyon had been criticized for her work with the Women's Committee for Lasting Peace, she commented that such direct action was unheard of from a group of women. The group would have been wiser, she added, to call itself the Genteel Females Poetry Circle. Lindsay also mocked McCarthy's suspicion of Brunauer's consumer activities at the American Association of University Women. But then she dropped her gender analysis and complained of the suppression of civic participation by Americans in general. Thanks to McCarthy, more and more Americans would play it safe, she predicted. They will belong to nothing, contribute to nothing. They will say nothing, do nothing, even think nothing that might conceivably put them in line of an ideological mudslinger. Despite her acuity in noticing the reaction against female activism, the journalist's challenge to the anti-feminist aspects of McCarthyism was muted. 103. In sum, although the loyalty program operated in ways that disadvantaged gays, Jews, blacks, and women, the asymmetrical positions of those groups produced divergent collective responses. The loyalty program stimulated the emergence of a gay rights movement, and civil rights groups effectively protested racial and ethnic discrimination, but organized women did not articulate a feminist critique of the loyalty program. The lawyers, academics, and journalists most prominent in the anti-McCarthyite network lamented above all the program's curbing of civic participation by government employees and thus by their relatives, by prospective government employees, and so forth, rippling outward through the whole society. As we have seen, loyalty defendants hastened to assure security officials that they were not joiners. Some agencies developed guidelines advising employees to avoid suspicion by seeking wise and mature counsel prior to association with persons or organizations of any political or civic nature, no matter what their apparent motives may be. 104 Defense Attorney Joseph Finelli observed that the loyalty program devastated Washington's civic and social life. If government employees were invited to a social gathering, for example, no one whose views or associations might be controversial could be invited. 105 Finelli was one of several attorneys to propose in 1960 that government employees be disqualified from grand or petit juries on matters relating to communism. Federal employees, he argued, were a thoroughly frightened group who, in fear of possible security prejudice to themselves, are incapable of impartial judgment in cases involving communism. 106 The political scientist Paul Tillett concluded that the loyalty program hindered freedom of political expression and in the process enhanced pressures toward a privatized, personalized existence. 107 This dampening of civic participation had a gendered corollary that critics at the time did not notice. The loyalty program may have encouraged professional men to avoid activist wives. It also taught women to avoid the feminist label if they wanted to advance their careers or to marry an ambitious man. Commerce Department consultant Curtis Warren believed that a colleague's loyalty troubles derived from the ill-advised utterances of his wife, who is a super-intellectual and goes off half-cocked. 108 At least 10% of the cases collected by the Fund for the Republic featured men who faced allegations about their wives' activities. Other men in that sample faced allegations about their mothers' political activities. 109 Men could not choose their mothers, but they could choose their wives. Contemporary critics of the loyalty program constructed representations of the program that inadvertently reinforced its anti-feminist tendencies. With the help of liberals seeking to influence popular opinion, the trope of the broken man supported in ill health by his wife's laundry earnings after dismissal on loyalty grounds became one of the horror stories associated with McCarthyism. Harry Magdoff's son stressed how hard his mother worked when loyalty accusations hindered Magdoff's employment. Tillett's 1965 draft report presented wifely employment as part of the costs of McCarthyism. 110 Scholars have demonstrated that in the 1950s female breadwinning was associated with crisis, because the Great Depression and the war drew married women into paid employment. 111 Loyalty security dismissals were yet another reason that the next generation associated wives earning with trauma. By the late 1950s, many observers had become convinced that the loyalty program served partisan purposes, operating first to shake the Democrats' grip on power and then, after Eisenhower took office, to get rid of the Truman administration holdovers. Vice President Nixon's inflated election year claim about dismissals of subversive Truman appointees is an example. Television journalist Ed Murrow believed that the Republicans put up with McCarthy as long as they did because his crusade opened up civil service jobs for Republicans. Walter Sallant of the Council of Economic Advisers believed that a 1953 attack by Representative John Tabor on alleged subversives at the council was a ploy to clear out Democrats. 112 There was much truth to this charge, and the injustice of it lent further impetus to reform. However, the emphasis on the damage to liberal Democrats has obscured the devastating effect of the loyalty program on socialists. Like women, Socialist Party members rarely protested the program's bias against them. Few loyalty defendants admitted to socialist views and asserted their right to them. The most common response was to obscure one's socialism from investigators or, if that was impossible, to call it a thing of the past, a product of a bygone era since rendered obsolete by world events. Another tactic was to remind investigators that the Socialist Party had been among the earliest critics of the Communist Party. Some defendants brought in respected socialists like Norman Thomas or former socialists like James Carey of the CIO or Representative Andrew B. Miller to make this point. But few if any defendants defended socialism as a legitimate political viewpoint, much less as good public policy. Lucy Kramer Cohen's reply to her interrogatory defended her membership in the Socialist League for Industrial Democracy without using the word socialist. 113 When Norman Thomas wrote to the Johnston Committee in 1955 to offer suggestions for reforming the program, he focused on general civil liberties principles and did not mention the right of socialists to hold public office. 114. Thus, The anti-McCarthyite network that emerged in the early 1950s and began to gain the upper hand in the late 1950s succeeded by dramatizing how the loyalty program punished harmless little people in non-sensitive positions, discriminated against Jews and blacks, discouraged civic involvement, and served as a partisan tool for replacing Democrats with Republicans. However, the anti-communists ignored the program's shoring up of the gender hierarchy and its stigmatizing of socialist views. The loyalty program was a powerful force in the suppression of a left feminist perspective that had been widespread among a talented cohort of idealistic women and men who entered government service in the 1930s and early 1940s. A long shadow. Several developments after 1954 contributed to changes that curtailed the worst abuses of the loyalty program. The end of the Korean War and the censure of Senator McCarthy made it easier to challenge red baiters, and the composition of the Supreme Court changed as 4 conservative justices were replaced between 1953 and 1957. In 1955 and 1956, the Supreme Court ruled that the loyalty program's jurisdiction was limited to government employees in sensitive positions. In 2 cases decided in 1959, the court restricted the use of anonymous informants, providing defendants with the right to confront their accusers. 115. By the early 1960s, lawyers and security officials widely agreed that the loyalty program had been reined in. One official estimated in 1962 that 90% of the people who had been dismissed on loyalty grounds back in the early 1950s would have been cleared under the same circumstances in 1962. However, the damage took a long time to reverse. The civil service suffered a sharp and enduring decline in the applicant pool. 116. Perhaps even more significant, however, was the damage done to those who had been marked indelibly during the program's heyday. It cannot be stressed enough that once charged, it was virtually impossible for a defendant to put the matter to rest permanently. 117. You can never get cleared, an economist told the Johnston Committee in 1955. Esther Brunauer put it best, under such a system of jurisprudence no one is ever acquitted. To be sure, some employees are cleared and returned to their jobs, but they know full well that the sword of Damocles hangs over them. They are out on parole, but the suspension notice will come, and the whole tragic farce will be started over again. And the farce is conducted with all the trappings of legality. 118. The defendants' fears that their cases would never be closed were not paranoid. The ideologues and opportunists on the right watched and waited for their chance to revive old allegations. During the Kennedy administration, CIS staff member Benjamin Mondale tried to stir up renewed interest in the cases against health, education, and welfare official Wilbur Cohen and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, among others. 119. The loyalty program expert Adam Yarmolinsky became an advisor to President Johnson, helped draft legislation authorizing the war on poverty, and was expected to become Sergeant Shriver's deputy in administering the program. But Johnson dropped Yarmolinsky after Southern Democrats protested that he was a subversive. 120. The stakes in the contest over the public memory of former loyalty defendants were high. In 1958, 3 years after the death of Mary McLeod Bethune, FBI agents attended a play about her, presumably to look for communist influence in the play or in the audience. In 1960, FBI officials considered sabotaging an effort to create a memorial to Bethune. Cooler heads decided not to interfere, pointing out that, after all, she was not a communist and she is dead. 121. The absurdity of such efforts was no joke, however, to loyalty defendants trying to sustain or resurrect careers. By the time that the loyalty program had been curbed, publishers had no interest in manuscripts on its human costs. Eleanor Bontecu drafted a book that featured a dozen compelling cases, but she could not find a publisher. One editor told her the book's commercial possibilities seem severely limited, while another said the time has gone by for a book on this subject. 122. Jacob Fisher was told that his book manuscript said too much, too late. 123. For those few willing to talk, it seemed there was no one who wanted to listen. Most former loyalty defendants preferred to try to forget. Chapter 7. Loyalty Investigations and the End of Reform. Although many loyalty defendants were forced out of government, others sustained or later resurrected government careers, and some did so by repositioning themselves rightward on the political spectrum. They remained committed to social reform, but they tried to protect themselves by avoiding criticism of capitalism and reframing their proposals in the language of anti-communism. Those shifts were subtle, but they were not merely rhetorical, they had policy consequences. Discussions of the loyalty program's policy impact have centered on the legacy of the purge of the State Department's China hands or on the defeat of national health insurance. 1 But other policies similarly were blocked or narrowed after loyalty allegations undermined their leading advocates inside government. Direct repression of progressive policy makers was hardly the only force that stifled and stigmatized social democracy in the United States. The accumulated evidence from many cases across many fields, however, indicates that the loyalty program had pervasive effects. Untold numbers of top and mid-level officials found their influence reduced by allegations of disloyalty, and we will never know all their names because most of the case files have been destroyed. To demonstrate the general pattern, this chapter presents a succession of examples from diverse policy areas: Paul R. Porter, Thomas Blaisdell, and Louis Lorwin, economists whose international aid and planning expertise influenced the Marshall Plan; Felix Cohen, Lucy Kramer, and Charlotte Tuttle Westwood Lloyd, who helped design and implement the Indian New Deal; David Demarest Lloyd, a lawyer for several New Deal agencies and then a Democratic Party speechwriter and aide to President Truman; Frieda Miller, Esther Peterson, Caroline Ware, and Pauli Murray, all advocates of workplace democracy, including equal opportunity for women and minorities; Catherine Bauer in public housing, Bernice Lotwin Bernstein, Wilbur Cohen, and Elizabeth Wickenden in social insurance and public assistance, and John Carmody and Tex Goldschmidt in public works and power. By forcing these and many other leftists either out of the policy-making arena or toward the political center, the loyalty program silenced discussion of the anti-democratic tendencies of capitalism, thereby forestalling the development of policies to mitigate those tendencies. Left-leaning New Dealers had advocated measures designed to expand political democracy by regulating the economy, which they understood to require an integrated system of policies for maintaining mass purchasing power against the structural pressure to increase profits by raising prices or reducing labor costs. Sensitive to how industrialization had increased the interdependence not only of individuals but also of nations, some of these civil servants tried to implement similar policies on an international scale, through multilateral organizations and generous U.S. aid programs. But that coherent set of policies never emerged. The reforms achieved during the post-war decades were limited and piecemeal. The right used disloyalty charges not simply to discredit democratic administrations as soft on communism and espionage, although that was a major objective, especially in election years, but also to block policy initiatives that impinged on American business prerogatives at home and abroad. The connection between disloyalty charges and the shift toward the political center, or out of government service, by many public officials has been difficult to discern because of the silence that loyalty defendants maintained, even many years later. As they organized papers, gave interviews, and drafted memoirs, they typically avoided disclosing that they had been investigated and downplayed the leftism that had put them in the line of fire. Leon and Mary Dublin Kaiserling were not the only former loyalty defendants to offer accounts that were distorted by an accumulation of omissions. They are not to blame for trying to protect themselves and their associates from further persecution. The point of documenting their omissions is not to expose or condemn them but rather to substantiate the existence of a pattern that has warped the historical record. In addition to impeding progressive reform, policymakers' traumatic encounters with the federal employee loyalty program impoverished the primary sources on which scholars have relied to understand mid-20th century American politics. A World New Deal. The years from about 1944 to 1950 saw a terrific struggle within the United States between competing visions of the post-war world. The fragile U.S. Soviet alliance crumbled, and the structures of imperial domination were disintegrating. At this critical juncture, a group of left internationalist civil servants strove to translate into U.S. foreign policy the social democratic vision they had tried to implement through the New Deal. All of the best people are rapidly deserting the home front for foreign fields, Caroline Ware observed to a friend in late 1943. Those of us who are still battling for life, liberty, and democracy at home are getting lonely. It's a great temptation to join the throng. For all the effect any of my efforts yield, I think I might just as well. Too many of these experts who moved from New Deal planning, labor and social welfare agencies to programs for international relief and reconstruction had undertaken comparative research and attended conferences abroad, and their cosmopolitan perspective helped equip them for working in international groups. Point 3 They argued that, in the long run, democracy would be served best by promoting international economic planning and development aid for projects such as public power, public health, and even women's emancipation. Critical of both capitalism and communism, these American civil servants tried to strengthen the international prospects for social democracy through initiatives in Europe and in less developed countries. The battle over foreign aid and collective security policy during the Truman administration often is described as a clash between liberal international capitalists and conservative nationalist ones. However, the internationalist camp, usually celebrated by liberal scholars and criticized by new left historians, included many leftists, until they were forced out or toward the right under pressure of investigation. Point 4. The repression that truncated these left internationalists' careers and delegitimized their policy proposals coincided with the militarization of the Cold War. Indeed, Leon Kaiserling seems to have tried to save himself by supporting that militarization, soon followed by the triumph under President Eisenhower of the trade not aid approach. The pressure of competition with the Soviet Union for the loyalties of third world countries soon persuaded Eisenhower to abandon his resistance to providing foreign aid. The intensely anti-communist focus of the resulting U.S. aid programs, however, made them too narrow to be very effective in promoting economic development or democracy. Point 5 A decade earlier, some influential public servants had hoped for a different outcome. During the Second World War, as the prospects for Allied victory improved, American leftists had high hopes for the U.S. role in the post-war reconstruction of Europe. They did not advertise them, though, because they did not want to add fuel to the right's nationalistic fires. Felix Cohen, the associate solicitor for the Department of the Interior, wrote privately in 1943 that post-war planning could advance socialist objectives, but only if it were couched in terms of American economic self-interest. I am firmly convinced that we shall have to justify beneficent works in Europe by applying bad names to the work we shall be doing. Leftists would succeed politically, he continued, only if they could clear good deeds of the taint of altruism and charity. For example, by casting aid to Europe as a way to beat Britain to world markets. Point 6 Cohen would have found backward the new left interpretation that the drive for markets was the hidden motivation behind the window dressing of idealistic rhetoric about saving democracy. Point 7 If Cohen's brand of internationalism was no capitalist plot, it also was not a communist one. An influential Socialist Party member, Cohen was an early critic of the Communist Party. Whereas conservatives believed, or pretended to believe, that strengthening socialist governments in Europe would serve communist objectives, the left-leaning policy makers they were denouncing believed that democratic socialism would be the strongest bulwark against communist domination of Europe. The ideological disagreement over the proper American role in the post-war world manifested itself early in debates over the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. In 1943, before the United Nations itself was formed, 44 countries approved the creation of UNRWA to provide relief to areas liberated from Axis powers. Senator Arthur Vandenberg complained that the original draft of the UNRWA agreement pledged our total resources to whatever illimitable schemes for relief and rehabilitation all around the world our New Deal crystal gazers might desire to pursue. UNRWA indeed represented a transfer of responsibility for relief from the private to the public sector, and as such marked a further internationalization of New Deal-style problem-solving aid. UNRWA's concern with refugees and other victims of war attracted social scientists experienced in administering domestic programs directed at groups such as migrant agricultural workers, relocated war workers, Native Americans, and the unemployed. Many of these experts were leftists who a few years later would be called subversives. In addition to Mary Dublin Keyserling, examples include Louis Lorwin, Charlotte Tuttle Lloyd, Catherine Maltby Blaisdell, and the labor journalist Mary Heaton Vorse. 92 Hearst journalists would charge, with typical hyperbole, that UNRWA was a principal communist apparatus whose red membership was moved almost en masse to the payroll of the United Nations Secretariat. 10. There indeed was significant continuity in intention and personnel between UNRWA, the United Nations, and the early Marshall Plan, so conservatives were not entirely imagining things when they detected leftist fingerprints on all those initiatives. A cluster of progressive economists, many of whom had worked together in New Deal and wartime economic planning agencies, were involved in early plans for the United Nations and also helped design or implement the European Recovery Plan. The most important of these were Louis Lorwin, Thomas Blaisdell, and Paul R. Porter. Born in 1883, Lorwin was the oldest, and he contributed chiefly as an intellectual influence, authoring numerous books on labor and on international economic planning while employed by the Brookings Institution, the International Labor Office, and various U.S. agencies. Blaisdell worked for a long list of the New Deal's most innovative agencies before serving as chief of the Mission for Economic Affairs in wartime London and then Assistant Secretary of the Department of Commerce, from which position he helped design the Marshall Plan. Paul R. Porter was a labor advocate before he became Blaisdell's right-hand man in London, eventually succeeding him as chief of the Mission for Economic Affairs. Porter next was chief U.S. delegate to the Economic Commission for Europe and then a high-ranking administrator of the Marshall Plan, first in Greece and then Europe-wide. Despite their varying ages and backgrounds, these three men had much in common. All were serious intellectuals whose studies had led them to socialism. All were feminists, as evidenced by the causes they supported and the women they chose as wives, allies, and protégées. In the early 1950s, all were unfairly forced out of government by accusations of disloyalty. Finally, they all tried to bury the record of that painful experience. Their stories follow, along with those of two secondary examples, the agricultural economist Walter Packard and the international affairs specialist Rowena Rommel. The eventual success and popularity of the European Recovery Plan, also called the Marshall Plan after Secretary of State George C. Marshall, makes it easy to forget how controversial it was in its day. Over 4 years beginning in April 1948, the program provided about $13 billion to participating European countries for use in rebuilding their economies, to be administered jointly by American officials and each cooperating government. From beginning to end, conservatives attacked the Marshall Plan as a burden on the U.S. economy and a boon to European socialism. The Communist Party opposed the Marshall Plan after the Soviets declined to participate, correctly discerning that one of its unstated objectives was to discourage Soviet expansion. 11 But the non-communist left supported the Marshall Plan, and the right tried to discredit the whole program by blurring the distinction between communists and other leftists. In March 1948, Congressman E. E. Cox charged that the European Recovery Plan had been conceived by individuals who are or were Soviet sympathizers, were affiliated with Communist Front organizations, are or were socialists, are or were believers in collectivism and a classless society. He named 8 examples, including Louis Lorwin and Thomas Blaisdell from the Commerce Department's Office of International Trade, and Tex Goldschmidt and Felix Cohen from the Department of the Interior. After charging the named individuals with a hodgepodge of allegedly subversive associations, Cox demanded an amendment limiting Marshall Plan executive personnel to Americans who believe in our economic and political system and who always have believed in it. 12. Lorwin became a focal point for congressional conservatives' resistance to the European Recovery Plan. Born in Kiev in 1883 and brought to the United States as a child, he had a varied career as a scholar and foreign correspondent before entering government service. In the 1930s and 1940s, Lorwin emerged as a leading authority on international economic planning. In 1931 he was the principal speaker at the World Social and Economic Congress, convened in Amsterdam by Mary Van Cleek, an expert on women's employment and an advocate of planning as a solution to the Great Depression. Lorwin later claimed that his address, published as a 5-year plan for the world, outlined concrete suggestions for policies which 2 decades later were developed in the United Nations. 13 In 1934 he was a founder of the National Planning Association, and over the next dozen years he wrote several influential books while working as a consultant to many U.S. and UN agencies. 14. Congressional opponents of the Marshall Plan tried to discredit it by linking it with Lorwin and in turn linking him with Russia and Mary Van Cleek, who in 1948 remained unapologetically sympathetic to the Soviet Union. In December 1947, congressional staffers reported that an unnamed government official had let it slip out that Lorwin was connected with the Marshall Plan. Investigators confirmed the tip by having a white Russian pretending to be a comrade telephone Lorwin, who admitted he helped draft the Marshall Plan. 15 Checking Lorwin's publications led congressional aides to his 5-year plan for the world, which had proposed a system of world planning boards. In his March 1948 statement to the House, Congressman Cox quoted selectively from that article, in which Lorwin had stated, "Such planful control would undoubtedly have to limit the powers of individuals and corporations, and subject the making of profits to social ends." The congressman omitted the end of Lorwin's sentence. But such control would not eliminate individual and group initiative on a private basis. 16 Cox had been warned that Lorwin's defense would likely be that he is a socialist and not a communist, and he would rely on this explanation to try to make a member of Congress look foolish, so Cox tried to tie Lorwin to communism by stressing that he had been born in Russia as Louis Levitsky Levine. Cox thereafter referred to him as Levine Lorwin, not only conveying that he was Jewish but also insinuating that the name change was deceitful. 17. Conservatives were not wrong about Lorwin's intellectual importance to the development of international planning, although they exaggerated his direct influence over the Marshall Plan. Lorwin's Economic Consequences of the Second World War, the last chapter of which was titled A World New Deal, was called one of the 5 most important books of 1941.18. Lorwin's critics were incorrect, however, to suggest there was anything anti-democratic about his proposals or his tactics. As a young man he had decided that Marxism's usefulness was limited by its historical determinism, and he was dismayed by Soviet authoritarianism. His investigation file held no compelling evidence of disloyalty even by the program's own nebulous standards. 19. Congress approved the Marshall Plan, of course, albeit with an amendment stipulating that the administering agency, the Economic Cooperation Administration, could not employ anyone who had belonged to a communist or communist front organization. 20 Congressman Cox's attack on Lorwin and other drafters was chiefly a tactic by which conservatives gained some leverage over the Marshall Plan's details and fortified their portrayal of the Democrats as soft on communism. But for Lorwin and the others, the momentum of Cox's public allegations continued building long after the spotlight had moved on. 21 Herbert Parry Suze, another Office of International Trade official named by Cox, resigned in 1948. Lorwin resigned after unfavorable agency action in December 1951. Both insisted on their loyalty but said they were tired of fighting. When Lorwin was notified that the Commerce Loyalty Board had found reasonable doubt of his loyalty, he immediately appealed. "The board is grievously in error. The derogatory information in the case which has been made known to me is absurdly insubstantial." The next day, however, Lorwin dropped the appeal and resigned. "If only for the benefit of others who may be later similarly situated, I would prefer to continue to fight the case," he explained. "However, after 15 months of effort, I no longer have the strength nor will I have the financial resources to carry on." 22. Lorwin's forced exit cost the civil service a feminist, as well as a distinguished economist. Lorwin was married to Rose Strunsky, a feminist writer whose activities some informants had characterized as subversive. When questioned, Lorwin acknowledged his wife's socialist views. Over the course of his career Lorwin had promoted women like the economist Jean Flexner, who wrote books with him at Brookings before joining the U.S. Bureau of Labor Standards, and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, whom he recommended as special representative to Poland for the Foreign Economic Administration in 1944. 23 Not only did these women lose an ally, but investigators used Lorwin's resignation to cast doubt on his protégés. Lorwin's loyalty case also had repercussions for his son Val, a socialist historian who worked for the Departments of Labor and then State, and who served on various Marshall Plan committees. 24. Lorwin wanted recognition for his contribution to the acceptance of international economic planning but not for his battle against charges of disloyalty. His voluminous archival papers contain nothing about his investigation except his resignation letter, and he tore off portions of some documents that identify them as part of his case file. 25 In 1961 Lorwin completed an oral history that ends without covering his post-war career. Only someone with independent knowledge of his loyalty case would find it significant that he read to his oral history interviewer a passage from a 1933 newspaper clipping that described him addressing radicals who had marched on the White House. Last night the young men and women heard Louis Lorwin of the Brookings Institution warn them against being too hasty about trying to stage revolutions. 26 Lorwin wanted to emphasize for the historical record that he was never a revolutionary. In 1967, he wrote a thoughtful memoir of sorts in the form of a long letter to a grandson who had asked about his philosophy of life. After summarizing the evolution of his belief that democratic social economic planning was the best means to achieve adequate living conditions for all, racial and political cooperation, and international goodwill and peace, Lorwin predicted that progress would come not from the utopian New Left but from the pragmatic idealists among America's youth. 27 If Lorwin had not borne scars from his associations with the Old Left, would he have felt the need to warn his grandson away from the New Left? Lorwin's silence about his loyalty trials compounds the difficulty of the question. Thomas Blaisdell, dubbed the Marshall Plan's earliest prophet by his junior colleague Paul Porter, like Lorwin was forced to resign as a result of disloyalty allegations and like Lorwin did not leave records of that experience. 28 Born in Pennsylvania in 1895, Blaisdell was more experienced than many of the other, better-known New Dealers recruited from academia. After college he taught history and studied land reform in India, wrote a master's thesis on British housing legislation, and taught social work and economics in Peking, where he also produced studies of child labor and trade unions in China. In 1932 he celebrated the completion of his Columbia economics dissertation on the Federal Trade Commission by touring the Soviet Union with his wife Catherine Maltby Blaisdell. 29. Blaisdell's wide-ranging expertise made him a significant player at a succession of New Deal agencies. Brought into the Agricultural Adjustment Administration in 1933 by his Columbia professor Rexford Tugwell, Blaisdell soon was deemed the most respected economic mind at the agency. 30 He was an early ally of the consumer movement, first from Agriculture's Office of the Consumer Council and then from the Consumers Advisory Board of the National Recovery Administration, in which capacity he forged lifelong friendships with Caroline Ware and her husband Gardner Means. Blaisdell's other close colleagues included Mordecai Ezekiel, Leon Henderson, Jerome Frank, and Isidore Lubin, all of whom too would face allegations of disloyalty triggered by conflicts with powerful private interests. Blaisdell directed statistical research for the Social Security Board, analyzed the problem of monopoly for the Securities and Exchange Commission and the temporary National Economic Committee, and headed the research division of the National Resources Planning Board, where he hired Evelyn Burns to author the controversial proposal for an expanded welfare state that became known as the American Beverage Plan. After distinguishing himself at the War Production Board and the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion, Blaisdell was dispatched to London as the Chief of Mission for Economic Affairs, responsible for administering the Lend-Lease Agreement with Great Britain and for representing the United States on a long list of international organizations including UNRWA. Returning to Washington as director of the Office of International Trade in Averell Harriman's Department of Commerce, Blaisdell was one of the key thinkers behind the development and promotion of the Marshall Plan, assisted by a staff that included Louis Lorwin and Mary Dublin Kaiserling. 31. At the Office of International Trade Blaisdell also was responsible for export control, and in that role he made enemies. At least one of them charged that Blaisdell's administration of controls worked to the advantage of worldwide communism. 32 It did not help Blaisdell that his wife had been active in the League of Women Shoppers and worked for two agencies loathed by the right, the Office of Civilian Defense and UNRWA. She also was a witness to the will of the environmentalist Robert Marshall, who had rented a room from the Blaisdells in the mid-1930s and whose fortune, administered by his brother George Marshall, funded many leftist causes. Rated eligible after investigation in 1943 and 1948, Blaisdell found his case reopened after he defended two controversial subordinates, William Remington, named as a spy by Elizabeth Bentley, and Michael Lee, a Manchurian-born economist under fire for his handling of export licenses to China. Further rousing the suspicion of investigators were his wife's associations as well as his own relationships with Lorwin, Dublin Kaiserling, and Caroline Ware. Although no witnesses called him a communist and many witnesses attested to his dislike of the Communist Party, examiners remained unconvinced of his loyalty to the United States. Blaisdell resigned in October 1951 before his case was resolved, which meant that his name was flagged in case he tried to return to government service later. When Blaisdell applied for a United Nations job in 1955, he faced an interrogatory about the same allegations. After a long wait, he withdrew the application and finished his career in academia. 33. It appears that investigators never discovered that Blaisdell was active in the Socialist Party while an economics instructor at Columbia in the early 1930s. Unsurprisingly, he did not volunteer that information. 34 When Blaisdell deposited his papers at the Truman Library, he did not include materials about his investigation or about his youthful socialism, and his 1971 oral history also is silent on those subjects. 35 For 30 years after the Truman Library Institute was created in 1957, Blaisdell served on its board of directors, which suggests both his loyalty to the legacy of the president who had defended him and his awareness of the importance of the historical records, qualities that may have ended up at odds. Paul R. Porter probably would be more widely known had loyalty allegations not forced him out of government at the height of his career. Not only did he himself drop out of public sight, but also the sources that he shaped are silent on the circumstances leading to his resignation. Born in 1908 in Missouri, Porter was a member of the Socialist Party from 1928 until 1941, during which period he served as field secretary of the League for Industrial Democracy, editor of a labor newspaper in Wisconsin, and member of the SP Executive Committee. After briefly dating Mary Dublin, in 1933 he married labor activist Eleanor Nelson at a wedding presided over by the prominent socialist author Upton Sinclair. Porter and Nelson became estranged after she joined the Communist Party, and in 1940 Porter remarried, to Hilda Roberts, a Wisconsin native who worked for the CIO. His printing plant published The Call, the SP's official newspaper, and he was a close advisor to SP leader Norman Thomas despite their growing disagreement over whether U.S. aid to the Allies would advance or retard the cause of international socialism. Both Porter and Thomas were intensely anti-communist by 1940, but Thomas feared that U.S. aid would strengthen imperialism abroad and foster militarism and hysteria at home. Porter argued that a fascist takeover of Europe would be even more crushing to the left than Allied imperialism. The conflict led to Porter's public resignation from the SP in early 1941. He soon entered government service as a labor advisor to a succession of war production agencies. 36. After the Dies Committee called him a Red in 1943, Porter told Civil Service Commission examiners that he was a socialist. Because of the common misunderstanding of the term, he explained, he preferred to call himself a social democrat, or at least a democratic socialist, to distinguish from the Russian variety. I hold these views because I consider them to be sound public policy. In 1943 a civil servant might still offer an affirmative defense of socialism. Porter likened his views to those of the British Deputy Prime Minister Clement Attlee and the governments of Sweden, New Zealand, and Australia. He also argued that the United States already was socialist in some respects, in that it had enlarged the area of public enterprise to include schools, roads, and he added pointedly investigation of potential subversives. The CSC cleared Porter, on the grounds that his anti-communism was well established and his socialism was irrelevant. After all, the examiner commented, it was entirely legal to advocate a change in government through constitutional methods. 37. Over the next decade Porter remained an anti-communist socialist as he distinguished himself at the War Production Board and then in the post-war reconstruction of Europe. As Blaisdell's deputy at the U.S. Mission for Economic Affairs in London, Porter was an early advocate of generous U.S. aid to Europe, cooperating behind the scenes with the State Department to overcome congressional resistance. Blaisdell reportedly gave Porter free rein, and Porter took over as mission chief. 38 From London, Porter corresponded with American SP leaders about the prospects of European labor and socialist parties. In 1946 he wrote, "It is too early to state when and how the LSI will be revived. I have a feeling that the Labour Party is prepared to give a vigorous lead to rebuilding social democracy on the continent." In admiring the British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, the anti-communist Labour Party leader, Porter noted with satisfaction that some of the people who have thought that it would be possible to collaborate with the Russians have had quite a jolt in the last several months. 39. An opponent of deindustrializing Germany, Porter believed that political democracy in Europe depended on economic recovery, which in turn would require integration of European economies. Reporting on a London visit by the leader of the German Social Democrats, Porter applauded him for reaching out to the British and for discarding a considerable amount of Marxist baggage and laying much greater emphasis on the humanist side of their program. Porter continued, "Whether or not they will be able to succeed will depend in large measure upon whether or not the U.S. occupation authorities will permit socialization." 40 Porter remained a socialist but began to focus more on the need for Europe-wide economic planning than on increasing the degree of public ownership within individual countries. "I have not changed the basic philosophy I acquired in the Lid," he explained to Thomas in 1947, but he thought socialists needed more appreciation of the dangers of economic nationalism and of the need for planning on a continental scale. 41. Porter had a significant but underappreciated role in the creation of the Marshall Plan. Under-Secretary of State Will Clayton has been called the plan's intellectual architect, but Clayton relied heavily on Porter, the star economist in Clayton's Economic Affairs Group. A Houston cotton broker, Clayton is credited with promoting European economic integration through reduced tariffs. 42 From a different place on the political spectrum, however, Porter long had advocated economic integration, meaning not just free trade but coordinated planning as the only way by which European labor and social democratic governments could prosper and prevent Russian domination of Eastern Europe. As Porter later described it, Clayton was much more interested in the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade Negotiations than in the Economic Commission for Europe, so he gave Porter a free hand in the latter arena. Like Thomas Blaisdell, Porter believed the Marshall Plan should have been implemented at least a year earlier and regretted the delay imposed by congressional conservatives. 43. Thus, the Marshall Plan initially was a vehicle for the hopes of non-communist leftists, among others. 44 That changed after the Korean War began in mid-1950. In retrospect, more than at the time it happened, I recognize how profoundly the Korean War changed the goals and the character of the ECA, Paul Porter recalled. We were like a peacetime factory converted to defense production. 45 It has been argued that the Marshall Plan employed U.S. capital and a free market ideology to prop up socialist regimes, in the name of saving them from communism. 46 But not all the U.S. policymakers who pushed for a generous European recovery plan saw aiding European socialism merely as a distasteful and temporary necessity to block communism. Some sought to improve the outlook for democratic socialism in the United States. Congressman Cox and other conservatives were not entirely wrong when they complained that the Marshall Plan might become largely a scheme through which socialism will be subsidized in Europe. Such a situation could easily develop if American socialists were placed in charge. 47 But conservatives were unfair to ignore the anti-communism of many leftists and to claim that their internationalist projects were products of a communist conspiracy. In 1949, while chief U.S. delegate, Economic Commission for Europe, Porter was investigated by the State Department Loyalty Board. By the time he was cleared, he had been appointed chief of the ECA mission to Greece. He left state to take the new job before the Central Loyalty Review Board had post-audited his clearance, which meant that his case was flagged as unresolved. He would not be able to return to a U.S. agency without re-investigation. In 1950, the ex-communist informant Paul Crouch began trying to get the attention of congressional anti-communists by naming Porter, along with the Kaiserlings and J. Robert Oppenheimer, as important government officials to whom communists had access. In October 1952, as discussed in Chapter 4, Leon Kaiserling mentioned in a closed SIS hearing that Porter, by then the European Director for the Mutual Security Agency, was a member of the LID. Kaiserling's testimony gave Senator Homer Ferguson an excuse to embarrass Truman on the eve of the election by airing Porter's socialist record and demanding his resignation. In an MSA press release, Porter responded by stressing his work against communism in Europe and explaining that he had left the Socialist Party in 1941. In due course I ceased to hold socialist views, he added vaguely. Despite an outpouring of support from distinguished labor and business representatives, Porter was forced to resign in June 1953. Publicly he claimed he had resigned for personal reasons, such as that his government salary would not put 4 children through school, but allegations of leftism clearly were a factor in his exit. 48. That chapter was not the final one. Porter started his own international business but sold it in 1967 after suffering a stroke. In 1968, he applied for the position of Special Assistant to the Director of the Bureau of International Commerce, which required an update to his investigation file. The Commerce Department rated him eligible after sympathetic witnesses explained that Porter was no longer at all radical and that he strongly supported U.S. policy in Vietnam. Porter did not become conservative. He maintained his contacts with the League for Industrial Democracy and wrote a book recommending a Marshall Plan for American inner cities. However, being red-baited out of government intensified Porter's need to prove his anti-communism, cutting him off from the young leftists who opposed U.S. policy in Vietnam. 49. Given this protracted experience, it is not surprising that in a 1971 interview Porter declined to discuss his loyalty troubles. Then and in a later essay about his role in the Marshall Plan, Porter repeatedly downplayed his conflicts with American businessmen and congressional conservatives. Instead he foregrounded his own anti-communism. There is no doubt that Porter was an early and vociferous critic of Soviet communism. The point is that after he was attacked as a subversive, Porter retroactively made anti-communism the sole theme of his career. 50. Porter's handling of his private papers underscores that point. In the 1970s and 1980s, he organized his papers into 6 series for the Truman Library but deposited only 3 series. 51. The arrangement of those 3 groups of papers highlights his anti-communist efforts in Europe, his work to revive free trade unions to prevent communist control of the labor movement, his contribution in Greece to programs that undercut communist guerrillas, and his opposition to the Morgenthau proposal to disable German industry. Porter deposited no materials related to his socialist career or his loyalty investigations. The biographical profile that accompanies his archival collection omits his first marriage to the communist activist Eleanor Nelson, as well as his work for the League for Industrial Democracy and Socialist Party. Porter probably would not have made these omissions had he not been scarred by successive accusations that culminated in his exit from a stellar government career at the age of 45. 52. Walter Packard, a colleague of Porter's at the ECA in Greece, was another leftist who after facing loyalty charges felt the need to present himself first and foremost as an anti-communist. An Iowa-bred agricultural expert on irrigation and public power who studied and then taught at the University of California at Berkeley, Packard worked for a succession of progressive New Deal agencies, including the Resettlement Administration and the Farm Security Agency. Then and later, he joined forces with women such as Helen Gahagan Douglas, Catherine Bauer, and the labor reformer and state relief administrator Florence Wyckoff, all of whom shared his interest in challenging California's powerful growers on issues from water use to housing to labor. 53 From 1945 to 1948 Packard continued to advance the interests of small farmers as a land consultant to Rexford Tugwell, who was then governor of Puerto Rico. Next he went to Greece, first as irrigation specialist for the American Mission for Aid to Greece, and then as chief of land reclamation for the ECA. In Greece, Packard angered American utility companies by blocking certain lucrative private contracts. He soon was confronted with loyalty charges, and he believed the timing was no coincidence. 54 He fought off the attack in 1949, but apparently that was not the end of it. After he resigned in 1954, the State Department restricted his passport. Packard was furious, but he chose to keep the matter quiet. In June 1955 he appeared on Ed Murrow's See It Now TV program. Packard emphasized to Murrow that his successful public power project in Greece represented an advance for democracy because it alleviated the poverty that caused people to turn to communism. Viewers unaware of the context, Packard's defensiveness after being attacked for promoting public power would have come away with the impression that preventing communism was the sole objective of ECA policy. People like Porter and Packard did want to prevent the spread of communism, but above all they sought to promote social democracy, not free market capitalism. Packard's counsel Abe Fortas wrote him after seeing the program, "Perhaps the rest of the story ought to be made public, the outrageous experience to which you have been subjected, and the absurd action of the State Department in giving you a limited passport." Despite Fortas's urging, Packard never did tell the story. No government file on his case has survived, so the specifics may never be known. 55. After the Marshall Plan's success enhanced its popularity with American voters, the United Nations became a softer target for conservative resentment. The fact that American employees of the United Nations initially were exempt from the Federal Employee Loyalty Program enabled the right to charge that UN agencies were a safe haven for subversives. The UN Charter technically prevented the Secretary General from receiving instructions from any government, and successive Secretaries General publicly protested American interference. Privately, however, they assented to U.S. screening of American applicants for UN jobs. In 1949, Senator McCarran launched a campaign to convince Americans that communists had infiltrated the United Nations. In 1951 a New York grand jury began investigating. In 1952 CIS undertook its own investigation. Under pressure, UN Secretary-General Tregavly dismissed about 45 employees, most of them Americans in professional jobs. 19 of them appealed to the UN Tribunal, which reinstated 12 with back pay. Outraged American legislators threatened to cut off UN appropriations, which would have eliminated about 40% of the Union budget. In 1953, Presidents Truman and Eisenhower responded to this pressure by closing the perceived escape hatch for leftist civil servants. The resulting International Organizations Employee Loyalty Board was to investigate all current professional-level American employees as well as new applicants. The IOL technically did not have the power to dismiss, but most UN agencies abided by its advisory opinions. By the end of 1954, after holding hearings in Rome and Paris, the IOL had investigated almost 4,000 American employees of international organizations. 56. Of the more than 40 UN agencies, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization came under the closest scrutiny. Founded in 1945, UNESCO sought to promote world peace by fostering intellectual and cultural exchanges among participating nations. UNESCO's origin in a commission of the League of Nations did not endear it to American isolationists. Neither did its bold statements against racism, nor its employment of many professional women. One of McCarthy's lead examples in his opening gambit in 1950, as we have seen, was State Department employee Esther Brunauer, who had helped create UNESCO and represented the United States at many of its conferences. 57. In 1954, the IOL issued adverse opinions on 8 employees. Most of them refused to appear for their IOL hearings in Paris, on the principle that the IOL violated the UN Charter. The American head of UNESCO dismissed some but said he lacked the authority to fire others. Far from mollified by the IOL's efforts, CIS held its feet to the fire for not somehow forcing UNESCO to follow its dismissal recommendations. 58. Rowena Rommel was another McCarthy target who moved from state to UNESCO. Hailed back in 1944 as an example of talented women climbing the ranks of the civil service, Rommel became an international affairs analyst because of firm convictions on her part for peace and a sincere conviction that the United States does not follow or approve the theory of colonization. Her competence and work ethic won applause from her colleagues at the State Department, but apparently she also made an enemy, who in turn made a connection on Capitol Hill. In 1948, Congressman Fred Busbey portrayed Rommel as one of the cleverest, most sinister figures in the entire State Department setup, allegedly responsible for inflating state's budget, reorganizing its administrative functions, and stacking its personnel with Russia. First as 59 The State Loyalty Board cleared her after hearings in 1948 and 1950, but before the Central Loyalty Board approved the latter clearance, Rommel took a position with UNESCO in Paris. In 1953 she appeared twice before the IOL, which finally rated her eligible. CIS staffers later grilled the IOL chair for having made that decision. 60. There was no evidence of subversive activity by Rommel. The derogatory information related to her workplace associations with alleged spies Robert T. Miller, Alger Hiss, and Owen Lattimore, and she explained them fully. Rommel's file suggests that charges against her stemmed from an internal rival's resentment of her ability and progressive views, combined with politicians' recognition of an opportunity to embarrass the State Department by implying that a woman was in charge. State Department officials described Rommel to the FBI as someone with complete integrity, who demonstrated tremendous enthusiasm and leadership in working out the early Point 4 programs. Some hinted at why she might have detractors. One colleague explained that Rommel had antagonized some high officials because of her boldly stated convictions against colonization. Another former supervisor explained that Rommel favored the improvement of race relations as well as a broad construction of Point 4, which would include an interest in improving the health of the people of foreign lands as well as their industry. Then there was Rommel's assumption of gender equality. She was appalled when her UNESCO boss resisted appointing women to the highest ranks. Finally, Rommel had the audacity to question the loyalty program. She protested the summary dismissal of colleagues on loyalty charges, and she joined the leftist Washington Bookshop Cooperative expressly to protest its inclusion on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. Rommel was a left feminist and, incidentally, divorced and Ivy League educated, but she was not a spy. The FBI's ex-communist informants had never heard of her, and the dearth of derogatory evidence gave the IOL little choice but to clear her. 61 To congressional conservatives, however, the defiant Rommel represented all that was wrong with the State Department, and with the civil service in general. The congressional anger and media publicity surrounding UN employees' resistance to U.S. loyalty screening put enormous pressure on the IOL, which responded by intensifying its scrutiny of American applicants to the United Nations. Many senior-level former New Dealers were affected. Between late 1953 and early 1955, among the hundreds who prepared replies to interrogatories, in some cases traveled to hearings, and waited months for an IOL ruling were the Social Security expert Wilbur Cohen, women's labor expert Frieda Miller, social scientist Caroline Ware, and public power advocate Tex Goldschmidt. Another was Mordecai Ezekiel, who had been a top agricultural policy advisor to President Roosevelt before he joined the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Investigators had been watching him and his wife closely since 1942, and the expansion of the loyalty program in 1947 may have contributed to his move to the United Nations. Ezekiel was cleared in 1955, but only after an agonizing and disruptive 16-month wait. 62. In short, some American leftists played a significant role in developing and implementing post-war reconstruction plans in Europe. Conservatives responded by attacking them and their policies as friendly to communism, which they were not. As Isidore Lubin, who was involved with the Marshall Plan and the United Nations and who had his own run-in with the loyalty program, commented in 1957, "In this international business, if you attempt to do anything which may be interpreted in any way as hurting anybody in the business field, your life isn't worth anything. They will just crucify you." 63 Scarred by accusations of disloyalty, a cohort of social democratic internationalists edged away from the left. They often also avoided documenting their earlier views and the resulting investigations, thereby impeding comprehension of their policy objectives and of the weapons that defeated them. Native American affairs. Felix Cohen and his wife Lucy Kramer had a significant impact on policy affecting Native Americans during and after the New Deal, and their left feminism informed their dedication to the Native American cause. Despite his early criticism of the Communist Party, congressional conservatives red-baited Felix, and loyalty charges kept Lucy on the defensive and for a time out of government. The accusations were so traumatic for her that, after his death in 1953, she elided their decades of Socialist Party activism from the record. As a result, scholars have underestimated the influence of socialist ideas on federal Indian policy and also how loyalty charges weakened some dedicated advocates of Native American rights. In the early 1930s, Cohen and Kramer moved in the same circle of young lid socialists as Paul Porter, Tom Blaisdell, Mary Dublin, and Charlotte Tuttle. 64 After distinguishing himself at Columbia Law School, Cohen joined the Department of the Interior in 1933. Over the next 14 years, as assistant and then associate solicitor, he worked on diverse issues whose common theme was group rights to self-determination. He drafted proposals and bills on the settlement of Jewish refugees in Alaska, the governance of Puerto Rico and other territories, and employment discrimination. For example, 65 He also represented the Department of the Interior on a Marshall Plan drafting committee, in which capacity Congressman Cox named him as evidence of that plan's un-American intentions, as we have seen. Cohen hardly saw himself as un-American. He argued that the ideals of the American Revolution and the legal order created by the Constitution justified and provided the means for a democratic transition from capitalism to socialism. 66. Cohen is best known for his contributions to the Indian New Deal. He knew little about Native American policy when he entered government service, but his wife was an anthropologist who had studied Native American cultures. With her assistance, Cohen drafted an early version of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. When Congress weakened the bill's provisions for Native American cultural development and self-determination, Cohen threatened to resign. Despite its flaws, the IRA reversed the direction of federal policy, which since the 1880s had sought to forcibly assimilate Indians by privatizing land ownership and reducing tribal authority. Not all Native communities voted to adopt the IRA, but that they were able to choose was itself a remarkable departure from precedent. 67 Another major project of Cohen's employed a large team, including his wife, to survey treaties, statutes, and court rulings related to Indian law over the course of the centuries. The resulting 6-volume Handbook of Federal Indian Law antagonized the Justice Department by strengthening Native American land claims. Cohen then helped establish the Indian Claims Commission, which created a process by which tribes could obtain compensation for broken federal treaties. 68. Cohen's attraction to democratic socialism reflected his prioritization of the rights of minorities, whether Jews, African Americans, or Native Americans. With respect to the latter, he wrote to Norman Thomas in 1933 that the central problem today in the administration of Indian affairs, whether capitalist individualism is to be forced on the Indians, through the allotment of tribal property to individual Indians and through the inculcation of the capitalist psychology, or whether a communal economy is to be protected and encouraged. 69 In subsequent years, his support of the latter objective put Cohen in bitter conflict with the Justice Department and with congressional conservatives. He never yielded, insisting that the American Indian is to America what the Jew was to the Russian Tsars and Hitler's Germany. For us the Indian tribe is the miner's canary, and when it flutters and droops we know that the poison gases of intolerance threaten all other minorities in our land. 70. The views of Felix Cohen and Lucy Kramer brought them into conflict with American communists, too. In 1940, Cohen resigned from the National Executive Board of the National Lawyers Guild because of a disagreement over communist influence in the organization. He explained that he had long believed that communism and fascism are united, the ends justify the means, even including lying and assassination. He argued that the means are more important than the ends, because social change is a process and we are living the means, not the end. That same year, the couple founded the Institute for Living Law to study and recommend solutions for diverse social problems. In a statement unusual at the time for its explicit feminism, the Institute declared its opposition to all theories of race, religion, or sex which attempt to bar any group in lawmaking, law reform and effective legal criticism. 71 Meanwhile, Cohen and Kramer remained leading members of the Washington, D.C. chapter of the Socialist Party until 1947, and Cohen drafted bills for the National SP on the condition that his contribution would remain anonymous. After Cohen was appointed to Interior's new Loyalty Appeals Board in 1947, he resigned from the SP, but he remained a small S socialist. 72. In December 1947, Cohen abruptly resigned from government service. He had many reasons for doing so. He was fighting an uphill battle on Indian rights, and he was bitter not to have been promoted to solicitor when Nathan Margold retired. But Felix Cohen's socialism, and that of his wife, contributed to his conflicts with Congress and to his superiors' decision not to promote him. Although the loyalty program did not directly force Cohen out of government, the declining tolerance for socialism that the loyalty program facilitated did undermine his efficacy and foster his departure. 73. In his subsequent work as a private attorney representing certain Indian tribes in their claims against the government, Cohen sustained the battles he had waged as an insider. In 1950, Truman appointed Dylan Meyer as Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Meyer proceeded to replace Indian New Deal veterans with his own former staff from the War Relocation Authority, which had overseen the internment of Japanese Americans. Cohen lost a series of vituperative skirmishes with Meyer, whom he publicly compared to Hitler and Stalin. Meyer in turn had the FBI investigate Cohen on the grounds that he had encouraged civil disobedience by the Blackfeet and also had profited personally from Indian claims. Cohen was exonerated, but the Indian New Deal was dead. In October 1953, so was Felix Cohen, killed by cancer at age 46. 74. In addition to assisting her husband's work on Indian policy, Lucy Kramer pursued her own career in a series of government agencies from Interior to the War Labor Board to the Department of Labor. Kramer was gifted in statistics as well as anthropology. Her research assignments ranged from the diet of African American children to cost of living adjustments on collective bargaining agreements for the United Auto Workers. She also worked for Congresswoman Helen Gahagan Douglas and would have become the first female administrative assistant to a U.S. Senator had Douglas defeated Richard Nixon in the 1950 election. Kramer was behind the dramatic 1947 speech in which Douglas wheeled a grocery cart onto the floor of the House and explained that as a result of conservatives' termination of price control, the cart's contents cost a third more than they had 8 months earlier. Kramer was active in the League of Women Shoppers, and she convened the Capital City Forum, a racially integrated group of Norman Thomas socialists who met weekly for lectures and discussion. 75. Lucy Kramer's socialism, combined with her husband's prominence, drew the scrutiny of loyalty investigators. The Civil Service Commission required a full field investigation by the FBI before rating her eligible in 1946. After another full field investigation in 1950, she was required to answer an interrogatory. She was cleared yet again in 1952, but the next year, a few months before Felix's death, she was dismissed on reduction in force grounds. Kramer tried but was unable to obtain government work until 1958, when the Public Health Service hired her. She now was a widow supporting 2 children, and during those 5 years her search for employment grew increasingly desperate. Throughout the rounds of investigation, the allegations remained the same: chiefly involving membership in the LWS and LIT as well as association with the allegedly communist anthropologist Jean Weltfish. 76. Kramer was a former loyalty defendant struggling to find government work during the very years that she was writing biographical sketches about her distinguished husband, organizing his papers for the archives, and selecting articles for a published volume of his writings. Her family's economic survival, as well as Felix Cohen's legacy, was at stake. In that context, it is understandable that she did not mention Cohen's decades of SP and LIT involvement in the short biography that she wrote about him, and that she withheld from the archives several cartons of materials documenting the couple's engagement with leftist political and artistic circles from the late 1920s into the mid-1940s. 77. Like so many others, Kramer also kept secret that fact that she had been investigated. 2 decades later, in an interview about Helen Gahagan Douglas, Kramer described how Douglas had helped Val Lorwin fight disloyalty charges, but she never mentioned that she herself had faced such charges and received support from Douglas. Even Kramer's daughters were unaware of her encounters with the loyalty program. 78. For similar reasons, the Kramer-Cohen's dear friend Charlotte Lloyd too retroactively downplayed Felix's socialism. Interviewed in 2006 about her work with him at the Interior Department, she firmly denied that socialist thought had influenced the Indian New Deal. 79. It is not surprising that Charlotte Lloyd was protective of Cohen's legacy. At Columbia Law School he had been one of the few men who respected female classmates, and it was he who recruited her to Interior. 20 years later he hired her to work in his private practice, and Charlotte was with Lucy at Felix's bedside when he died. 80. From the New Deal to the Truman White House, Charlotte and David Demarest Lloyd. Like Lucy Kramer, Charlotte Lloyd had her own concerns about the loyalty program, because much of her career was spent in government service. The activist-turned-author Joe Lash interviewed her about Felix Cohen in 1965, when she was a lawyer for the Treasury Department. Lash found her so careful and remote that it was really a profitless affair. But Lucy told me later that had difficulties with Treasury because of past activities and that was why she is so cautious. 81. Back in 1941, Lloyd received notice from the Department of the Interior that the FBI had investigated her and found nothing damaging. For the sake of her husband's career, she left government in 1948 and did not return until 1961, when she was hired by the Treasury Department and rapidly promoted to Assistant General Counsel. It does not appear that she faced any difficulty obtaining clearance at that point, but she would have known the FBI was interviewing her associates to update her file. No wonder she was careful when speaking with Joe Lash in 1965. In her early career she had worked on Indian welfare and then for UNRWA, but after her return to government in the 1960s, she wrote opinions on excise taxes and other less overtly charged topics. If Charlotte Lloyd's encounter with the loyalty program was relatively minor, the experience of her second husband, David Demarest Lloyd, who became an administrative assistant to President Truman, was not. Both Lloyds were dedicated to labor and consumer causes. Charlotte had been interested in the challenges faced by wage-earning women since her undercover stint as a teenager in a Chicago factory. After her first marriage to student radical Howard Westwood ended in divorce, she married David, like herself a brilliant lawyer from a distinguished family. They met when Charlotte was vacationing in California and dropped in on a hearing on agricultural labor held by the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee, for which David was the assistant chief counsel. The zeal for social justice that had led Charlotte to spend her vacation at a labor hearing presumably was among the qualities that impressed David. 82. Unlike his wife, David Lloyd never joined the Socialist Party, but his efforts to push the Roosevelt and Truman administrations leftward made him anathema to conservatives. David Lloyd's pro-labor work on the La Follette Committee, combined with his public support of left feminist groups such as the League of Women Shoppers, earned him top billing on early lists of suspected subversives. He continued to irritate various corporate interests during stints with the Federal Communications Commission and the Office of Price Administration. 83. Between 1943 and 1946, he joined other left-leaning New Dealers at the Foreign Economic Administration and the Mission for Economic Affairs in London. From 1948 through early 1953, David Lloyd served on the White House staff, and in later years he remained an important advisor to the Democratic National Committee. After loyalty procedures began to tighten in 1941, each time David Lloyd moved from one agency to another he faced questions about his own activities and those of his wife. Loyalty concerns apparently prevented him from obtaining a U.S. Navy Reserve commission in 1943 and then an UNRWA job under State Department auspices. Loyalty clearance difficulties may have influenced his 1947 decision to leave government to become Director of Research and Legislation at the fledgling Americans for Democratic Action. The ADA sought to strengthen liberal forces within the Democratic Party while deflecting charges of fellow travelerism by trumpeting its anti-communism. Lloyd drafted the ADA Constitution, including the clause that barred communists from membership. During the 1948 presidential campaign, Lloyd deployed his talents as a Democratic Party speechwriter and strategist. After Truman's surprise victory, David Lloyd became one of his key White House aides and, notwithstanding Lloyd's vocal anti-communism, a juicy target for right-wingers. 84. With David now in the limelight, and given the questions raised about Charlotte during his prior loyalty screenings, the Lloyds decided it would be wise for her to play a less visible, more traditional role. 85 She left the workforce and concentrated her attention on their two children. Charlotte's departure from government did not succeed, however, in shielding her husband from attack. In February 1950, Senator McCarthy included David Lloyd in the short list of cases that he offered as proof that the Truman administration harbored subversives. Among McCarthy's charges were that Charlotte had belonged to communist front groups and that David had criticized the prosecution of Alger Hiss. After 7 months of further investigation, the White House Loyalty Board cleared David. Truman promptly promoted him, in a gesture of support that earned Truman the Lloyds' undying loyalty. However, the cycle soon repeated itself. In early 1952, McCarthy assailed the Lloyds again, at the same moment that he told the press Leon and Mary Dublin Kaiserling were under investigation. After another scramble, the White House Loyalty Board once more cleared David Lloyd, but that was not the end of it. For months the case continued to occupy White House staff. 86. After these attacks, the Lloyds de-emphasized Charlotte's former socialism and shifted their policy interests into less controversial fields. In 1943, David had volunteered to Navy investigators that Charlotte once belonged to the Socialist Party and the League for Industrial Democracy, but in 1952 the biographical statement he submitted in self-defense omitted reference to those affiliations. 87 David Lloyd left government when Truman did and became director of the Research and Education Committee for a Free World, which studied problems such as water desalination and population control. Those problems were politically safe compared with the labor and consumer rights for which he had battled as a lawyer for the La Follette Committee, the Federal Communications Commission, and the OPA. David Lloyd also led the fundraising campaign for the Harry S. Truman Library, and he was vice president of the Truman Library Institute from its creation in 1957 to his death in 1962. When Lloyd donated his papers to that library, he did not deposit materials on his own investigation. Only a few scattered memoranda in White House files survived to permit reconstruction of Lloyd's case. 88 The silence surrounding the Lloyd's trials has prevented scholars from appreciating how the loyalty program forced two left-leaning lawyers, one of whom had significant influence as an aide to President Truman, away from pro-labor and pro-consumer activism and toward the political center. The opening of the American workplace. A similar pattern emerges for the U.S. Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor, historically a voice for wage-earning women of all races. 89 The Women's Bureau anchored an interracial labor feminist network that from the 1940s to the 1970s achieved major progress in areas such as hiring and promotion, pay, sexual harassment, and child care. Those victories become even more impressive in light of the revelation that, hitherto unbeknownst to scholars, Three directors of the Women's Bureau, Frida Miller, Esther Peterson, and Mary Dublin Kaiserling, battled recurring loyalty investigations prompted by their early associations with the left. 90 Those investigations helped produce the moderate liberalism that scholars have ascribed to that agency in the post-war period. Historian Anneliese Orlik observes that Frida Miller and other labor feminists became more politically centrist over time, but she attributes that moderation to the achievement of insider status. Jennifer Mittelstadt characterizes Esther Peterson and her Presidential Commission on the Status of Women as maternalists who prioritized women's family obligations and emphasized the problems of women on public assistance. Kathleen Laughlin notes the post-war Bureau's emphasis on economic growth rather than redistribution. She also points out that Peterson and Kaiserling did not publicly criticize the indifference of the new Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to sexual discrimination and were ambivalent toward the fledgling National Organization for Women. 91. Those findings are not incorrect, but they are illuminated by the discovery that such propensities and policy changes at the Women's Bureau were defensive reactions by successive administrators to challenges to their eligibility for government service. According to one scholar, the government economist Mary Dublin Kaiserling had little in common with social movement feminists like Friedan. 92. In fact, the opposite is true. Dublin Kaiserling had a great deal in common with Friedan. Both had been active in left feminist social movements in the 1930s and early 1940s, and both later tried to hide that activism. Unlike Friedan, neither Dublin Kaiserling nor Miller nor Peterson ever belonged to the Communist Party, but all three were more radical than has been understood. Like Dublin Kaiserling, Miller and Peterson supported Popular Front causes, chose socialist partners, and registered with the American Labor Party in the late 1930s. 93 All were committed advocates of women's economic and sexual independence, but after the loyalty investigations they modified their styles and agendas in ways that have invited misinterpretation. It would be unfair to say that Frida Miller hid the fact that she underwent a loyalty investigation, because her papers hold her 1955 reply to interrogatory and the resulting letter of clearance. She died in 1973, before many historians were interested in women's history, without leaving any oral histories. Still, few people at the time or since have known that Miller was under investigation when she resigned her position as head of the U.S. Women's Bureau. As with Dublin Kaiserling's departure from government, Miller's friends and associates assumed she left government because a Republican administration took office. Miller's biographical entry in Notable American Women claims that she resigned in 1952 at the request of the incoming Republican administration. 94 In fact, Miller did not resign her post until December 1953, prior to a loyalty decision by the State Department on her application for an international position under its auspices. President Eisenhower would have appointed a Republican to head the Women's Bureau in any case, but without the loyalty investigation Miller might have moved readily to a different government job. Instead, she was unemployed for over a year before finally receiving clearance for a short-term job with the International Labour Organization. 95 Rightly celebrated by scholars for her early exposition of a feminism that was sensitive to the priorities of wage-earning women, Miller paid a heretofore invisible price for her principles. Miller's loyalty case and FBI files reveal that she was cleared in 1949, after an investigation triggered by her associations with the LWS and American Society for the Protection of the Foreign-Born back in the years before those groups were labeled communist fronts. In 1950 an ex-Communist Union member reported that Miller had been close to Ruth Young of the communist-led United Electrical Workers, and this charge seems to have been what gave the State Department pause in 1953. Miller's subsequent application for an assignment with the ILO produced the 1955 interrogatory from the International Organization's Employee Loyalty Board, which eventually cleared her. Each time Miller pursued a new ILO assignment, however, the FBI checked for new derogatory information, sometimes turning up something that delayed her clearance. 96 The prevailing impression that Miller left government because she was a Democrat is not entirely wrong. However, to understand the loyalty program's full power as a partisan tool, one must appreciate how many high-ranking civil servants were forced out by the threat of constant reinvestigation, and not just by a routine change of administration. Esther Peterson was part of another left feminist couple that, like the Kaiserlings, Kramer Cohens, and Lloyds, played down difficult encounters with loyalty charges. An inspiring figure, Peterson survived to become a key government ally of the feminist and consumer movements of the 1960s. Her husband Oliver was a government labor expert from 1941 through 1962. In the 1990s, with the Cold War safely over, Peterson acknowledged that she and her husband had been very radical, no doubt about it. 97 Even then, however, she avoided talking about the loyalty investigation that she believed had destroyed Oliver and which had relied heavily on allegations about her. I try not to think about it because I get very emotional about it because it hurt my husband. It hurt me. It hurt my children. I can't talk about it, and Oliver wanted me not to talk about it. 98 Peterson's 1995 memoir and her papers at Schlesinger Library understate the complexity and longevity of the couple's loyalty troubles, and Oliver's papers at the Truman Library are silent on the subject. 99. Oliver and Esther Peterson married in 1932 after meeting in graduate school at Columbia. He was a Minnesota-bred socialist before he became a Roosevelt Democrat, and she became radical after she met him, breaking with her Utah Republican upbringing. She held a variety of jobs serving the labor movement, particularly in workers' education, before joining the staff of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers in 1939. Meanwhile, they moved to Washington, and Oliver took a job with the Office of Price Administration. Loyalty officials rated Oliver eligible for the OPA in 1946, but things got sticky after Elizabeth Bentley named former associates of the Petersons as secret communists. By that time Oliver was a labor advisor for the State Department. Esther's memoir suggests that Oliver's investigation exploded suddenly in December 1952 and was resolved quickly. In fact, the State Department Loyalty Board had issued Oliver an interrogatory in 1949, and after his case was reopened in mid-1952, he was not cleared until a year later. That was not the end of it. 100 In 1954, Susan B. Anthony III left the Communist Party and told the FBI that Oliver Peterson was the missing man they had been seeking from the Ware group of underground communists who met in Washington in 1934 and 1935. Anthony's claims were disproven, and Oliver was cleared again in 1955. The shadow hovered, however. He was reinvestigated in 1960 and not cleared until 1962. He then retired, in very poor health. Disloyalty charges hung over Oliver's head from 1949 through the end of his career, not just for a brief period in late 1952. 101 Although Esther later compressed the time frame of the investigation, she did not minimize its impact on Oliver. She believed that the cancer that killed him took hold while he endured this time of stress. She added bitterly, "They used me. I was used against my husband definitely." 102. Differences between draft and published versions of Peterson's 1995 memoir indicate that she considered acknowledging her socialism but decided against it. The published memoir explains that many of my peers in the labor movement who were members of the Communist Party tried to recruit me, but J.B.S. Hardman, a socialist official of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, convinced her that communism was going to be worse than the czars. It concludes, "In the end, both Oliver and I rejected communism." In a draft version donated to the archives after Esther's death, that sentence was longer. Both Esther and Oliver reject communism and define themselves as socialists. A question mark is penciled into the margin next to the latter part of the sentence, which disappeared from the published version. 103. Although Peterson in the 1990s still was uncomfortable publicly identifying herself as a socialist, she was willing to say that American communists had never been a real danger. Distancing herself from both communists and red baiters, she explained that she had known a great many communists in the labor movement in the 1930s and 1940s, and they were no threat to the stability of the United States government. In most cases they were simply idealistic if impractical activists. 104 Back when Oliver was under investigation, However, Esther tried to disarm their conservative attackers by joining a campaign against communism in European trade unions. After appearing before the IOLB in mid-January 1953, Oliver rejoined his family in Brussels to await the verdict. Their friends were concerned on McCarthy, Esther reported cryptically in her diary. In particular, Vic Ruther was worried about the outlook for Oliver's case. A few days later, according to the diary, Esther decided to volunteer with ICF 105. The International Confederation of Free Trade Unions had formed in 1949 as a rival to the communist-dominated World Federation of Trade Unions. Esther Peterson was soon at work on a pamphlet urging European trade union women to fight communism. Printed in several languages, the pamphlet warned trade union women not to be fooled by the WFTU claim that communist countries treated women better than capitalist countries did. Women workers in the free world bitterly resent this phony campaign by communists who take up the posture of defenders of women's rights. The pamphlet acknowledged that women workers in free countries face discrimination and the double burden of paid and unpaid work, but it argued that the solution was free trade unions, not communism. 106 Esther's anti-communism was sincere, but if Oliver had not been in the crosshairs of loyalty investigators, she would not have been under such pressure to beef up her anti-communist credentials. The loyalty questions affected Esther Peterson's career as well as her husband's. In 1961, President Kennedy named her Assistant Secretary of Labor and Director of the U.S. Women's Bureau, and in 1964 President Johnson made her his Special Advisor for Consumer Affairs. Apparently neither president was impressed by the allegations against the Petersons. Some of the same old hands were still running the loyalty machinery, however. In 1964 an FBI report intimated that the Petersons had been and still were part of the communist underground. Reviewing the Petersons' association with several people named by Whittaker Chambers and Elizabeth Bentley, the report concluded that because the communists have not given up their goal of world domination, we must presume they are still busily at work at their task of subversion and betrayal of the U.S. government. 107. That FBI report fell into the hands of private sector conservatives who disliked Esther Peterson's advocacy of regulatory policies to protect consumers. One of her nemeses was the Advertising Federation of America, which resented her success in winning the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act of 1966. The group had the ear of President Johnson's advisor Jack Valenti, a former ad agency head. Another opponent was the American Retail Federation, whose representatives followed her from conference to conference and tape-recorded everything she said. They watched my every move, looking for a misstep. When Peterson was Johnson's consumer advisor in the mid-1960s, her opponents circulated a series of reports asserting communist control of the consumer movement. Those reports gave her a lead role and asked how she had passed loyalty checks. At some point Peterson obtained copies of these reports and filed them without comment among her papers. 108. Peterson's later writings discuss the fierce opposition she faced from some business interests, but she never explained that they held the charge of communist sympathizer over her head. She positioned herself as a centrist. I really caught hell from both sides. Industry attacked me as a threat to the American free enterprise system. Some consumer advocates charged me with being too soft. The criticism Peterson took from the left was mild, however, compared with the virulent red baiting from the right. In 1967, it was the right's attacks that led her to resign her post as special advisor to the president on consumer affairs. 109. Peterson had to fight forces inside the White House as well as without, and the lingering disloyalty rumors must have weakened her in those battles. I was kicked out of the White House because I was too much of a zealot. I was pushed out, I was made so uncomfortable that I quit. The stress was more than I could take. The Johnson advisors Jack Valenti and Joe Califano did everything they could to keep Peterson a political instrument rather than a real instrument for consumer action. 110. They hoped her appointment as consumer advocate would win votes for Johnson, but they undermined her efforts at substantive reform, underfunding her office and blocking her access to the president. As a former advertising man, Valenti would have been familiar with the story of Peterson's alleged communist associations. Even though President Johnson himself discounted that story, the old charges survived as a potential political liability that reduced her leverage. Not just the top officials of the Women's Bureau but also many of its professional staff and long-term allies found their influence and employment options limited by the loyalty program. 111 In Dorothy Kenyon's case, being branded a fellow traveler while she was a member of the UN Commission on the Status of Women precluded further judgeships or other forays into government service. Kenyon's case was very public, thanks to Senator McCarthy. Others kept quiet about their investigations. One example is Caroline Ware, who like Peterson and Dublin Keyserling was on the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women. Waiting for clearances repeatedly hampered Ware's work for the Pan American Union, which wanted her to foster community development and women's leadership in Latin America. She told no one but her husband and her two closest friends about the IOLB interrogatory she faced in 1954, and her papers include nothing related to her recurring investigation except for a few references deep within a stack of handwritten letters. 112. Another example is Polly Murray, the anti-discrimination lawyer who was very close to both Kenyon and Ware. Murray's memoir omitted the major reason for Cornell's 1952 refusal to hire her for a State Department-sponsored project, which was that she had briefly belonged to J. Lovestone's faction of communist dissenters. Murray's record from the 1930s barred her from government even in the late 1960s, because officials feared the political fallout for a liberal administration of appointing her. 113. During the successful struggle to include the word sex in Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Murray swayed many legislators with a memorandum arguing that without the word sex, the bill would include only one half of the Negroes. Murray long had advocated fighting racial and sexual discrimination together, rather than treating them as distinct or, worse still, competing causes. As a Negro woman, she observed, I knew that it was difficult to determine whether I was being discriminated against because of race or sex. 114 In 1966 Murray moved to Washington as a consultant to the EEOC, which was supposed to enforce Title VII. Soon the EEOC chairman asked the White House about making Murray the agency's general counsel. Word came back that she could not be appointed, because she once had been a communist and appointing her would bolster segregationists' claim that workplace integration was a communist plot. Murray was crushed to miss out on her dream job and to learn that any thought of a government career was finished. Murray's formidable intellect and complex vision as an African-American woman lawyer could have made a significant impact at the EEOC, which at that moment was ignoring its mandate to punish sexual discrimination. 115. Figure 7.1. Polly Murray, with Esther Peterson, All-Women Conference, New York City, October 11, 1962. Courtesy of the Schlesinger Library, Radcliffe Institute, Harvard University. It is difficult to map precisely how public policy was affected by the fact that influential left feminists of the 1930s and 1940s either were marginalized or felt so vulnerable to loyalty accusations that they eschewed positions that might be construed as anti-capitalist. By narrowing the range of debate through direct pressure on key individuals, though, loyalty investigations did shape both history and the writing of history. Dublin Keyserling, Miller, Peterson, and to some extent Ware and Murray have been known chiefly for their contributions as liberal feminists in the 1960s. In scholarship on the women's movement, they are the foil to the women's liberationists, which rejected the older group's perceived allegiances to capitalism, the labor movement, and the Democratic Party. 116 In fact, those liberals had been left feminists until the anti-communist crusade pushed them to the sidelines or into adopting the language of the ideological center. When one considers that similar dynamics affected not just isolated individuals but clusters of individuals associated with certain causes or agencies, the loyalty program emerges as a weighty but hitherto hidden factor defining the contours of post-war social movements and public policy. Public housing. Public housing is another policy arena in which the range of debate was narrowed because some of its strongest advocates were forced away from the left by the pressure of investigation. Leon Kaiserling's old ally Catherine Bauer was another Hauser who modified her tone and proposals in order to disarm loyalty charges. A brilliant researcher, writer, and advocate for public housing, she became an international star with her 1934 book Modern Housing, which helped her win a Guggenheim Fellowship to study housing in Russia and Scandinavia. As the executive secretary for the Labor Housing Conference from 1934 to 1937, Bauer became a key figure in the radical camp of the housing movement. She and her union allies pushed for non-means-tested public housing that would be attractive to the working class as well as to the poor and, through provision of daycare, to working women as well as working men. In order to overcome opposition from real estate groups, who were not interested in housing the unprofitable poor but did not want competition in the working class market, Bauer's group sought to link federal planning with grassroots participation. She cooperated with Kaiserling to pass the U.S. Housing Act of 1937 and then worked for the resulting U.S. Housing Authority. Bauer proclaimed the 1937 legislation a radical piece of legislation, perhaps the most clear-cut and uncompromising adopted under the New Deal. 117 In 1940 Bauer married William Worcester, an architect on the faculty at University of California at Berkeley. Under Bauer's influence, Worcester designed various award-winning public housing projects in California. 118. Bauer left her ISHA job around the time of her marriage, but thereafter she served as a paid consultant to various government housing agencies. She continued to press for making public housing accessible to employed Americans, which she believed was the only way to eliminate the social work crime and disease smell and thereby increase popular support. That stance placed her in direct conflict with real estate interests and their congressional supporters, by now including Senator Joseph McCarthy, who were adamant that only welfare clients should receive public housing. After the war, real estate groups undertook a major campaign to link Bauer's vision of public housing with communism. They argued that attractive public housing would weaken democracy by diminishing the urge to buy one's own home. 119 California's Un-American Activities Committee, known as the Tenney Committee, claimed in its 1947 and 1948 reports that Bauer had been associated with communist front groups. She ignored those reports until 1953, when her husband's architectural firm abruptly found its defense contracts cancelled. It became apparent that the main reason Worcester's security clearance had been revoked was that he was married to Bauer. She spent the better part of a year trying to clear her name in order to save her husband's career. After months of research and preparation, she made a 20-page presentation before the Army Navy Air Force Personnel Security Board in August 1953. The board restored Worcester's clearance. 120. In the immediate aftermath of that hearing, Bauer submitted a memorandum to President Eisenhower's Advisory Committee on Housing that seems to have been an attempt to distance herself from her radical reputation. Most public housing advocates were disgusted with the Eisenhower Committee. But Bauer took a conciliatory tone and stressed the need to go slowly on public housing until experts gained more experience. Kaiserling commented on her December 1953 memo, "I like it far less than anything else you have ever written." He scolded her for throwing yourself into arms. 121 In the following years, Bauer became less a lobbyist for public housing and more an academic, teaching at various universities. In 1957 Bauer shocked and angered her old allies by publishing a critique of the public housing movement at a moment when it was under heavy pressure from the right. Her article, The Dreary Deadlock of Public Housing, which appeared in the May 1957 issue of Architectural Forum, castigated U.S. public housing policy as ossified. Federal programs were administered by cautious, unimaginative bureaucrats, she complained. They had produced ugly collectivist high-rises where few American families wanted to live. She chastised U.S. housing officials for rigidly promoting the beehive type of community life, and she recommended less centralized policies that would accommodate traditional American ideas about living arrangements. Her readers would not have known about her encounter with the loyalty program. In light of Bauer's grueling struggle to win back her husband's security clearance, it is hard not to read her 1957 piece as an effort to protect herself and her husband from further allegations. 122 That effort was not fully successful, Notwithstanding Worcester's restored clearance, his firm never received another government contract. In 1962, Bauer's clearance to attend a White House conference on public housing was delayed until a sympathetic administrator interceded. Allegations of disloyalty, once in the file, never disappeared even if repeatedly disproven. 123 The constricting effect on former loyalty defendants' willingness to criticize capitalism therefore tended to be permanent. Social insurance and public assistance. Another arena in which loyalty investigations of key officials had a significant policy effect was in the broad field of social insurance and public assistance. It is well established that the Red Scare stigmatized advocates of national health insurance, marginalized radical social workers, and weakened those elements of the labor movement that advocated a comprehensive welfare system. 124 But it has not been understood that loyalty investigations put key figures such as Isidore Falk, Wilbur Cohen, Elizabeth Wickenden, and Bernice Lodwin Bernstein, among others, on the defensive. Scholars of the Social Security apparatus have noticed that its policy goals became less ambitious from the 1940s to the 1960s, but they have attributed this shift from redistributive to rehabilitative solutions to general historical conditions such as intensified congressional conservatism, the impressive performance of the capitalist economy, and social workers' growing interest in psychological approaches. 125 Because the affected officials rarely discussed or archived materials about their loyalty investigations, scholars have not recognized that the pressure of disloyalty allegations contributed to shifts in policymakers' rhetoric and goals. The story of the red baiting of national health insurance advocates has been told before, but without appreciation of its lasting impact on high-level government officials. During the run-up to the 1948 election, Marjorie Sheeran, a former employee of the Social Security Administration, got the attention of the National Industrial Conference Board, the American Medical Association, and certain Republican congressmen by charging that Truman's campaign for socialized medicine was being driven by bureaucrats with communist sympathies. Senators Robert Taft and Forrest Donnell relied on Sheeran during hearings on insurance bills from 1946 to 1948. Sheeran's primary initial target was her former boss Isidore Falk, a medical economist who headed the SSA's Bureau of Research and Statistics. Her House of Falk diagram tied him to a plot by the International Labour Organization, which she called a powerful, worldwide socialist organization, to foist nationalized medicine on the unsuspecting American public. Falk and his assistant Wilbur Cohen devoted a large portion of their time to preparing rebuttals and testifying before Taft's subcommittee. 126. Meanwhile, a House subcommittee headed by Forrest Harness of Indiana launched an inquiry into alleged propagandizing on behalf of nationalized medicine by SSA employees. Harness latched onto Jacob Fisher, a policy analyst on Falk's staff who had belonged to many leftist groups and had been editor of the radical Social Work Today. By sheer luck, Fisher wrote decades later, Harness hit a gusher in his record, which the congressman used to go after bigger game. A chance discovery that one member of the staff of one of its bureaus had a HUAC record had ballooned into a tale of communist sympathizers and fellow travelers in the Social Security Administration as a whole, numerous enough to warrant the term hotbed. 127 The SSA was located in the Federal Security Agency, and the FSA Loyalty Board cleared Fisher in 1948. Sheeran promptly accused FSA head Oscar Ewing of a whitewash. The continued publicity led to further investigation before Fisher was cleared again. Although Falk and Fisher were vindicated for the moment, the House Committee on Appropriations cut the budget of the Bureau of Research and Statistics by half for fiscal 1949, the Bureau's functions were reduced, and it ran on a shoestring budget until 1961. Staffers became more circumspect in cooperating with the labor movement and more cautious in their proposals. Falk abandoned the ambitious approach he had taken in the controversial Wagner-Murray-Dingell health insurance bills and proposed a more limited measure, which became the prototype for the 1965 Medicare Act. 128. The right-wing effort to paint Truman as a promoter of socialism at home also affected the FSA's Bureau of Public Assistance. At the same moment that the Bureau of Research and Statistics was under fire, The American Medical Association attacked BPA head Jane Hoey for commissioning and publishing social worker Charlotte Towell's Common Human Needs. Towell's book included the following sentence: "Social security and public assistance programs are a basic essential for the attainment of the socialized state envisioned in democratic ideology, a way of life which so far has been realized only in slight measure." The controversy persuaded the government printing office to withdraw the book from circulation. The American Medical Association kept up the clamor until FSA head Ewing in 1951 ordered the printing plates destroyed. Towell's job at the University of Chicago's School of Social Service Administration was secure, but she lost the possibility of consulting work for the government, and she was denied a passport in 1954. Jane Hoey was cleared in 1949, but her defense of accused staff members reportedly was a factor in the decision to ease her out in 1953.129. As Towell's passport denial suggests, the machinery set in motion by disloyalty allegations continued to operate long after the accusers had moved on to fresh targets. Isadora Falk left the Social Security Administration in 1953, tired of continued accusations and frustrated at the lack of progress on even less ambitious health insurance bills. Falk landed on his feet with a series of private consulting jobs and then a faculty position at Yale, but the less prominent and more leftist Jacob Fisher was not so fortunate. 130 In 1954 Fisher was suspended from the FSA, and he resigned soon thereafter. Unable to find another job for several years, he turned to self-employment and opened a plant nursery. 131. Decades later Fisher disclosed that, contrary to what he told his superiors and loyalty boards, he had belonged to the Communist Party from 1934 to 1940. He had lied on his civil service application forms in the early 1940s, he explained, because he did not interpret belonging to the CP as advocating violent overthrow of the government. He also did not want to cooperate with what he saw as a repressive system. He had served the government faithfully and saw no reason to offer himself to the Inquisition. In 1954, when his situation became graver, Fisher feared he would face perjury charges if he now changed gears and told the truth. By the 1980s, Fisher regretted his former admiration of the CP, but he remained adamant that the loyalty program had done him and all government employees a grave injustice. 132. Fisher did not know it, but at the time of his suspension in 1954 his supervisor, Wilbur Cohen, too was under investigation. Jacob Fisher and Charlotte Towell were small fry compared to Cohen, but unlike theirs, the story of Cohen's encounter with the loyalty program has been left untold. A protege of the Wisconsin social insurance experts Edwin Witt and Arthur Altmeyer, by 1954 Cohen had been the Social Security Administration's chief liaison to Congress for almost 20 years. He left government for an academic position in 1956 but in 1961 returned to the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. President Johnson appointed him Undersecretary in 1965 and then Secretary in 1968. From the New Deal through the War on Poverty, Cohen wielded enormous influence over legislation on old age, survivors and disability insurance, public assistance, and Medicare. Significantly, when he returned to government in the 1960s, his approach to social welfare became more conservative, treating unemployment and poverty as evidence of the failings of individuals more than of the labor market. 133. Scholars have noted that as he grew more prominent, Cohen became a target of Marjorie Sheeran's attacks on advocates of socialized medicine, but they have been unaware of the extent of his encounters with the loyalty program. In the 1950s Sheeran began publishing reports and newsletters accusing Cohen of left-wing sympathies, culminating in her 1967 book. 134 Sheeran was a headache for Cohen over the years, but she was not the only source of allegations against him. Loyalty troubles plagued him from 1947 through 1955 and almost certainly influenced his decision to leave government in 1956. The charges were insubstantial, but they jeopardized his career. They also indicate that Cohen may have been further to the left than has been appreciated and that his wife certainly was. Cohen's first major round with the loyalty program was no doubt intensified by conservatives' aforementioned effort to paint Truman's national health agenda as un-American. After interviewing Cohen in late 1947, the FBI went ahead with a full-field investigation. The FSA Loyalty Board reviewed the results and rated him eligible in fall 1948. The Central Loyalty Review Board disagreed, however, and remanded the case to the lower board with instructions to obtain a reply to interrogatory from Cohen. After reviewing Cohen's reply, the FSA again rated him eligible, in May 1949. The FBI continued generating reports on him, however, and in December 1950 the Justice Department discussed prosecuting him for perjury. His loyalty board rated him eligible yet again in 1951 and 1953. In 1953 Eisenhower named Ovta Culp Hobby as secretary of a new agency that subsumed the FSA, the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Hobby soon forced out top officials at the agency, including Arthur Altmeyer, Isidore Falk, Jane Hoye, and Ellen Woodward. Fearing he might be next, Cohen applied for a position as head of the United Nations Pension Fund. That application led to an interrogatory from the IOLB, which arrived in April 1954. Cohen spent the next month composing a detailed reply. In October he had a hearing before the IOLB, which was under pressure from the rights charges that UN agencies were a refuge for American leftists. Not until June 1955 was the United Nations notified of the IOLB's favorable determination in Cohen's case. 135. In other words, over a period of 8 years Cohen was more often than not either under active FBI investigation, responding to charges, or waiting for rulings. The care he took with his 1954 reply to interrogatory indicates that he perceived himself to be fighting to save his career. Cohen's private correspondence with Elizabeth Wickenden suggests that he was not confident about his options outside government. 136 Those options would have been sharply reduced by an unfavorable loyalty decision. His wife had given up her government career so as not to hamper his. Thus his family's livelihood, as well as his professional reputation, depended on his ability to continue obtaining clearances under a loyalty program whose standards were vague and in flux. Wilbur Cohen's case indicates yet again that a leftist spouse was a serious liability for a government official, especially after the expansion of the security risk category in 1953.137. Wilbur Cohen's own associations with communist fronts such as the American League for Peace and Democracy, the American Youth Congress, and the Washington Bookshop were fleeting, but for loyalty boards they took on greater significance in light of his wife's record. Raised in a German-American Baptist family in the Texas Hill Country, Eloise Biddle studied at the University of Chicago's School of Social Service Administration and then headed for Washington. She had hoped to work for the new National Labor Relations Board but landed instead in 1936 at the Bureau of Public Assistance in the Social Security Administration, where she met Cohen. After further training in social work, she took a supervisory position at a D.C. housing agency, the Alley Dwelling Authority. By the time she left government in late 1941, hostile co-workers considered her a communist sympathizer. An outspoken supporter of labor and consumer rights, she was in the D.C. Cooperative League, and she belonged to the Washington Bookshop until it was put on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations in 1947. She also had worked as a volunteer for the American League for Peace and Democracy. Those associations were among the main topics of Wilbur's 1948 interrogatory. In 1954 those items were revisited along with new allegations stemming from Eloise's activism on behalf of political and social equality for African Americans. FBI informants were suspicious of her involvement with the Southern Conference for Human Welfare and other groups working to abolish the poll tax. Informants also cast her as an aggressive integrationist who was friends with the black radicals Paul and Eslinda Robeson, and who hosted an office party of white and Negro members where interracial dancing occurred. To loyalty investigators, those associations added up to the profile of a possible communist. Over the years, Wilbur Cohen repeatedly had to deny that his wife was a communist who had invited him to join the party. 138. Also at issue in 1954 was Wilbur Cohen's friendship with the alleged communist Michael T. Wormel. A Columbia-educated statistician, Wormel oversaw the post-war reconstruction of Germany's social security system and worked at the Department of Labor from 1948 until he resigned while under investigation in December 1952. Cohen had lived with Wormel in 1937 and recommended him for government positions. Their wives became good friends. This melange of supposedly derogatory information, when combined with right-wing charges that Cohen's policy recommendations were subversive, was enough to give loyalty boards pause. 139. Notwithstanding Wilbur Cohen's clearance by the IOLB in mid-1955, the sword of Damocles still hovered above his head. When he was offered a job at the University of Michigan School of Social Work, he accepted. By the time President Kennedy summoned him back to HU in 1961, legal and political shifts had reigned in the loyalty program. Still, Ben Mondale of CIS tried to stir up the old allegations about Cohen. Mondale did not succeed, but the effort warned Cohen that he remained under scrutiny. 140. Cohen drafted fragments of a memoir that minimized his loyalty troubles. He suggested that the unstable Marjorie Sheeran was the lone source of allegations. He said that his wife insisted that they move to Ann Arbor even after a new secretary of HU invited him to stay. I am not quite sure what the reasons were in my wife's mind that made her take such a strong position, he wrote. 141. As he well knew, Eloise Biddle Cohen had good reason to want to escape Washington. Her activities in the years up to 1941 had been the source of endless scrutiny and questioning, and although Wilbur had been cleared again in 1955, more of the same could be expected. Eloise may have decided she had had enough surveillance and suspense. Cohen did not deposit records related to his loyalty investigation with his papers at the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. 142. Figure 7.2. Wilbur Cohen and President Lyndon Johnson, circa 1968. LBJ Library photo by Yoichi Akamoto. Because Wilbur Cohen left little record of his loyalty case, scholars have been unaware of it and how it might have altered his policy prescriptions. Cohen's biographer portrays him as an incrementalist whose own views seemed to be malleable and who prided himself on his ability to get along with legislators on both sides of the aisle. As a result, Cohen came to favor incremental over innovative policies. In the 1950s, Cohen reportedly acquired an enduring faith in the American economy and then was influenced by the Michigan School of Social Work, where he absorbed its confidence in the therapeutic power of social services. By the time he returned to government in 1961, Cohen had adjusted his views on welfare so that he advocated it as more than a pension to shield people from the stresses of the labor market. Facilitate participation in rather than disengagement from the world of work. When Cohen returned to lead HU in the 1960s, he backed welfare reforms that stressed interventionist training and rehabilitation rather than cash assistance, ushering in the transition to workfare. 143. Cohen's shift put him at odds with his former mentor Arthur Altmeyer, and Cohen's biographer takes their differences as emblematic of the generational difference between New Dealers and their successors. Unlike Altmeyer, Cohen accepted the prevailing reality of prosperity and learned how to adopt his policy proposals to suit this reality. In so doing, he made the transition between the New Deal and the New Frontier. The discovery that loyalty investigators were breathing down his neck for almost a decade puts Cohen's transition in fresh perspective. Perhaps he was impressed by the performance of the U.S. economy, but he also must have been scarred by the frequent threats of dismissal. Similarly, Cohen's noted lack of engagement with the civil rights movement of the 1960s may have reflected the fact that Eloise's civil rights activism had given red baiters an excuse to attack him in the 1950s. 144. Another high-ranking case at HU involved the lawyer Bernice Lodwin Bernstein, like Wilbur Cohen a Wisconsin protege of Witt and Altmeyer. She joined the Social Security Board's legal staff in 1935, drafted the agency's model state unemployment insurance bill, and then traveled widely to encourage states to adopt the bill. She continued to distinguish herself at the War Manpower Commission and then the Labor Department while raising 3 daughters. In 1947, her husband left the Treasury Department to go into private practice in New York, and the FSA recruited her to the position of New York Regional Attorney. In 1963, she won the Distinguished Service Award for her agency, and in 1966 she became its New York director. She held that position until 1977, supervising and evaluating the administration of about 350 different programs affecting about 30 million people. 145. What one would not know from the oral histories left by Bernice and Bernard Bernstein is that loyalty allegations nearly derailed her impressive career. As in Wilbur Cohen's case, many of the charges stemmed from her spouse's associations and activities. Bernard had worked at the Treasury Department with colleagues accused by Elizabeth Bentley, and he had criticized Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain metaphor in an International Women's Day address to the Radical Congress of American Women. Bernice was suspended for over 4 months before winning clearance in February 1955. The potential damage to her work and her children terrified her. In presenting herself to the Loyalty Board, she emphasized how conventional she was in every respect, including her tastes in art and child rearing as well as politics. She did not know that the FBI had reported her American Labor Party voting registration to the Loyalty Board, which therefore doubted her claim to be a lifelong moderate Democrat. The experience would have made her more cautious about antagonizing business interests in the course of supervising HUE program administration. 146. The chief author of the Social Security Act, Edwin Witt, himself was flagged in 1953 by the Loyalty Review Board as a case of unresolved question of loyalty. The charges against the distinguished Wisconsin economist were even more tenuous than those against his disciples Wilbur Cohen and Bernice Lodwin Bernstein, but the charges weakened his ability to help them during their own battles. Witt's flagging was a technicality based on the fact that his consulting job to the Wage Stabilization Board had ended before that agency's Loyalty Board decided his case. 147. If he had tried to return to government service, however, there would have been a delay, at the very least, while he was reinvestigated. Even the most eminent policymakers got caught up in the loyalty program machinery. Up and down the chain of command, then, Social Security administrators faced the direct, career-threatening pressure of loyalty investigation. In the words of the welfare expert Elizabeth Wickenden, charges of communist sympathies became a kind of miasma that hung over all of government and particularly the New Deal agencies where there were more liberals. 148. That miasma hung heavily over HUE and its predecessors and sub-agencies, discouraging discussion of controversial measures in direct and immediate ways. Elizabeth Wickenden knew of what she spoke. Not only had many of her close colleagues in the social welfare arena struggled with the loyalty program, but so had her husband, the public power expert Tex Goldschmidt. The loyalty program also was the chief reason that she herself was not in government service after the early 1940s. The Wickenden-Goldschmidts offer yet another example of a couple who entered government as outspoken left feminists in the 1930s but maintained lower profiles after facing loyalty accusations. Wickenden left government in 1942 for a variety of reasons, and not necessarily as a result of allegations against her. 149. However, had she tried to return to government after the loyalty program's formalization in 1947, she might well have had trouble obtaining clearance, and she would have magnified her husband's difficulties, because some of the allegations in his case stemmed from her activities. These factors must have entered into her decision to influence social policy from outside rather than inside the government. Unlike most survivors of loyalty probes, Wickenden and Goldschmidt planned to write about their loyalty cases, according to outlines for their memoirs. Both of them died, however, before drafting those chapters, so there is no way to know how they would have told their stories. 150. Wickenden has not received in-depth scholarly treatment in her own right, but she was a key player in the post-war Social Security apparatus. 151. Wickenden would have become more prominent had she been a man. During the early New Deal years, after running a federal emergency relief administration program providing relief to some 350,000 transients, Wickenden made herself indispensable to Aubrey Williams, Harry Hopkins's assistant at the Works Progress Administration, notwithstanding Hopkins's concern that she was too much to the left. Williams refused to sign authorizations until Wickenden vetted them, and he credited her for the low incidence of improper use of WPA funds. 152 When Williams became head of the National Youth Administration, he brought Wickenden with him, and she quickly became a dominant influence at the agency. He told her and others that he would name her deputy administrator, but when the time came he said he could not do it because another man is necessary. 153 He nonetheless continued to depend on her, so that she was again, in that anomalous situation of doing the work but not getting the title. 154. A few anecdotes illustrate the challenges facing Wickenden as a brilliant and beautiful young woman with an unusual amount of authority. Some people assumed she and Williams were lovers, which they were not. Loyalty investigators made similar insinuations. 155 Others joked about a woman acting like a man. When a Montana official complained to Civil Works Administrator John Carmody that Farah's transient division was headed by a fellow who squats to pee, Carmody reassured him that the division really was run by an assistant who had no such disability. But John, I do. Wickenden retorted when Carmody shared the story with her over lunch. 156 When Lyndon Johnson became Texas State Director of the National Youth Administration, he soon learned that Wickenden was the key to getting anything done. It was she whom Johnson wanted to meet when Wickenden and Goldschmidt visited Austin in 1935. Years later, Johnson would occasionally introduce Wiki as his first boss in Washington. 157 He admired Wickenden's intellect and teased Goldschmidt about her independence. As Goldschmidt recalled, even after Wiki left the WPA, Johnson was always respectful of her opinions. Among his many ways of teasing me was his claim that I had outmarried myself. Wiki's autonomy was the basis of an expression of resignation that Johnson, our mutual mentor, Alvin Wirtz, and I shared for many years. I had complained to Wirtz and Johnson that Wiki kept on working through her second pregnancy as she had during her first. Wirtz said testily, "Why don't you put your foot down?" When I answered, "And then what?" there was a moment of silence and an explosion of laughter. "And then what?" became our private shorthand euphemism for impractical advice. 158. Fortunately for the marriage, Goldschmidt was a feminist in practice as well as in principle. Self-confident and very much in love with Wickenden, he was proud not to control her. Wickenden subsequently became a confidant and advisor to Wilbur Cohen. Like Aubrey Williams, Cohen would disappoint her in the end. Wickenden and Cohen met in 1935 across a row of filing cabinets that separated her Farah's staff from his work group, the Committee on Economic Security. In the 1940s and 1950s they collaborated on many social welfare measures, becoming so close that Goldschmidt joked she and Cohen had a bedroom relationship in the form of late-night phone discussions from their respective beds. It was Wickenden who introduced Cohen to Lyndon Johnson. 159 In the 1940s, as the Washington representative of the American Public Welfare Association, an organization of state welfare administrators, Wickenden focused primarily on joint federal-state programs. However, she also became expert in the social insurance arena and avoided the widespread tendency to pit the two types of programs against each other. She grasped the grand design of the Social Security Act. Although her priority was winning more generous public assistance programs, she also worked for better social insurance in hopes of reducing the need for public assistance. In addition to drafting APWA's influential Statement of Principles, Wickenden was the chief convener of the Social Security crowd, both for small strategy discussions among key players and for public forums involving organized women, African Americans, and other civic constituencies. Particularly important was her role in bridging the split in the labor movement. She worked closely with the CIO's Kitty Ellickson and the AFL's Nelson Cruikshank and brought them together with Wilbur Cohen from the executive branch and Fidela Free from Congress. 160. Figure 7.3. Elizabeth Wickenden, circa 1951. Courtesy of N. Goldschmidt Richardson and Arthur Goldschmidt Jr. Wickenden influenced legislation before and after leaving Washington in 1951. In 1950, for example, While still APWA's Washington representative, she successfully represented the state's viewpoint in a confrontation that culminated in the Social Security Amendments of 1950. Those amendments quashed an initiative led by Representative Carl Curtis with the backing by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to convert the retirement program from a contributions-based insurance principle to a flat, low-level pension program. Wilbur Cohen continued to rely on Wickenden's advice when she was based in New York and working as a consultant to various social work and welfare groups. "You will be happy to know," he wrote her in 1953, "that Paul Sifton and John Edelman have been bemoaning your absence from the Washington scene. There's just nobody who is filling Wiki's place." 161. From afar, Wickenden helped win the 1956 extension of the old age insurance program to include disability. The proposal had passed the House but was being blocked in the Senate Finance Committee by Robert Kerr. Wickenden sent a memo to Kerr's friend Lyndon Johnson, then the Senate Majority Leader, arguing that passing the disability insurance bill would boost the Democrats in the 1956 elections by securing the labor vote and making Republicans the anti-Social Security Party. Shortly thereafter, Senator Kerr not only reversed his position, enabling the bill to pass, but he began his keynote address to the Democratic National Convention by boasting that this is the party that has brought security to millions of disabled people. Wickenden was a shrewd political tactician, as well as a policy expert. She later learned that her memo to Johnson indeed had done the trick with Kerr. "In 60 years of advocacy," she recalled, "this is the one case of such a proven direct cause and effect relationship." 162. In 1960, when President-elect John Kennedy asked Wilbur Cohen to chair a task force on health and Social Security, Cohen put Wickenden on it. In addition to her substantive policy contribution, she served as a bridge between the Kennedy and Johnson camps, a function whose importance increased after Kennedy's assassination. 163. Had the loyalty program and her husband's UN career not forced Wickenden to operate at a remove from power, welfare recipients might have fared better in the 1960s. When Wilbur Cohen returned to lead HU after his stint in academia, Wickenden was furious with her old friend's rightward drift. In 1961 she lambasted him for compromising aid to families with dependent children, the opportunity for a major look in new terms at public welfare policy in 1962 which you and I worked so hard to create has been sacrificed to the non-controversial minor repair jobs on which the oddly assorted group you have called together can agree. As you well know, I have always been willing to go along with the strategy of small advance when strategic considerations require, but I do not think this can be done effectively unless the larger vision is kept constantly before people as a goal. Her bitterness was personal. I shall not say any of these things publicly, but what none of my adversaries was able to achieve has now been effectively accomplished by my friends. 164. The context for their conflict was a powerful attack on public assistance from the right. Conservatives had never liked public welfare, but in the 1950s and 1960s African Americans and other racial minorities began gaining access to programs that since inception chiefly had served whites, notwithstanding minorities' disproportionate poverty. As the visibility of minorities on the rolls increased, white voters became more susceptible to conservative arguments that welfare recipients were undeserving. Because African American communities historically were more tolerant of unwed motherhood and the mothers less likely to put those babies up for adoption, the increased numbers of blacks on welfare also meant an increase in unwed mothers. These demographic shifts made some whites receptive to the claim that welfare programs were a mechanism for liberal politicians to win votes through handouts to lazy, immoral individuals, handouts funded by hard-working taxpayers. 165. The right's momentum was apparent first at the state and local levels, most clearly in Louisiana in 1960 and Newburgh, New York, in 1961. Louisiana instituted a punitive suitable home requirement that succeeded in its clear intent to push black mothers off welfare. In Newburgh, city manager Joseph Mitchell became a national hero to conservative spokesmen like Senator Barry Goldwater and William F. Buckley Jr. by instituting measures such as providing vouchers instead of cash and cutting off benefits to unwed mothers who bore additional children. The New York Supreme Court voided most of Newberg's restrictive policies, but their spirit would soon be embedded in federal policy in the Social Security Amendments of 1962. 1 of the big players in those amendments was HUE Assistant Secretary Wilbur Cohen, and Wickenden believed he compromised more than was politically necessary. 167. Wickenden thought the right's fallacies could be exposed and neutralized through a head-on challenge. In a January 1962 speech, Social Welfare and the Radical Right, she argued that Goldwater, Buckley, and other extreme conservatives were fundamentally hostile to the Social Security program, but that Social Security's popularity required them to attack it indirectly by using misinformation to confuse voters. She gave 3 examples of false claims about Social Security by the radical right: that the old age insurance program was financially unsound, that national health insurance would be a step toward communism, and that people needing relief are not really needy but are exploiting community goodwill to compensate for some willful failure or inadequacy of their own or the group to which they belong. That last phrase was a reference to race and gender stereotypes. She tried to rally resistance by exposing the right's worldview as an obsolete one biased in favor of the few. Right-wing radicals are characterized in my observation by a virtually fanatical distaste for all popular institutions of mutual support and a temperamental nostalgia for an imagined lost society based on virtues of rugged individualism as they visualize them. This is justified by a type of social Darwinism, doctrine of self-regulating economic laissez-faire, and international isolationism which historical reality has long since relegated to fantasy. Social Security is, by any functional definition, the pure prototype of institutionalized mutual support, resting on a general recognition of the essential interdependence of modern life. It is, therefore, a prime target for attack from the radical right. 168. Wilbur Cohen infuriated Wickenden by trying to appease conservatives rather than confront them. In 1967, she boasted about a legislative victory over Cohen to their mutual friend Abe Fortas. "I won an unbelievable victory. On a roll call vote 41-38 the Senate voted a clear repudiation of a coercive policy toward AFDC mothers. At the hearing, she and the Labor people had produced such a showing of strength that Cohen and the conservative Senator Russell Long were caught by surprise. Said it couldn't be done and privately tried to thwart me at every turn. Even though his pride and reputation were badly damaged, he made the public gesture of taking me aside to ask what we should advise the president to do next year. It has been a very strange battle, David and Goliath, and I always assumed I was making a futile gesture." 169 Wickenden told Fortas that despite that victory she did not expect the final bill to be very strong, so she was plotting a new campaign to work through the courts. She had drafted the key document leading to the creation of legal services for the poor. 170 and she may have been referring to mass action through groups like the National Welfare Rights Organization. But her husband was now the U.S. representative to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, and she had to be careful. Ironically, younger activists in the 1960s saw Wickenden as part of the liberal establishment, Richard Cloward and others at the Office of Economic Opportunity, where Wickenden was a consultant, tried to bypass her and other older women like Hilda Worthington Smith. OEO officials may have resented the fact that Wickenden had advised President Johnson against the Community Action Program, which sought to empower the poor by providing federal funds to citizens who organized self-help projects. Wickenden correctly predicted that OEO's bypassing of local and state authorities would provoke a political backlash. "I should have listened to Wiki," Johnson later lamented. Wickenden's misgivings about community action reflected her political pragmatism, not any mistrust of social movements. 171 but having downplayed their radicalism to salvage careers in the 1950s or to protect spouses' careers, leftist New Deal veterans found it hard to establish credibility with the young radicals of the 1960s. Scholars, too, have misunderstood Wickenden and her cohort. One welfare policy historian concludes that without feminist analytical tools, the post-World War II liberals spoke in contradictions, blaming women for their circumstances even as they implored the public to continue supporting welfare. 172 Elizabeth Wickenden had the analytical tools, but she was not in a position to use them. As a left feminist married to an important public official, she could not work in government, and even outside government she had to watch what she said. Scholars are correct that in the late 1940s and 1950s many social welfare experts abandoned non-categorical public assistance programs for stingier, rehabilitative ones that assumed individual failings, not structural inequalities, caused poverty. Those scholars have not known, however, how many officials were forced into that shift by allegations of disloyalty to the United States. Public power, at home and abroad. While Wickenden was trying to broaden public assistance programs, her husband Tex Goldschmidt was a key figure in public power projects. Providing electricity to rural areas which was not profitable enough to interest private utilities and lowering rates for those who did have power were important goals for those concerned with improving the living standards of the poor. Consumer activists, antitrusters, and advocates of rural economic development all were moved by the image of farm wives working like peasant women in the Middle Ages to haul well water and wash clothes. 173 By the late 1920s, a few private holding companies controlled most of the country's hydroelectric power and had developed elaborate financial structures that raised rates and thwarted regulators. New Deal initiatives such as the Public Utilities Holding Company Act of 1935 and the big dams funded by the Interior Department challenged the utility interests head-on. One response of the private utilities was to link public power advocates with socialism, a label that tended to stick and disrupt careers even many years later. Because construction of the dams functioned as public works projects, there was substantial overlap in the administration of public power and public works. Those civil servants accordingly drew fire not only from the private utilities but also from employers worried that the availability of public employment would put upward pressure on private sector wages. Goldschmidt started his career in public works and then moved into public power, where his tangles with private utilities led to charges of disloyalty. 174. Goldschmidt's ascendance through New Deal public works agencies and then the Interior Department reflected not only his considerable ability but also the backing of Texans Alvin Wirtz and Lyndon Johnson, who wanted friendly public power advocates in Washington. In 1939, Wirtz wrote Goldschmidt, "I have taken the liberty of suggesting to Lyndon that he start a boom to have John Carmody appoint you head of the power division, or something else with lots of authority and a good salary, under the new Public Works Administration. What effect is the new setup going to have on Abe Fortas? And to what extent is it going to delay us in carrying out our deals with the TP and L?" 175 Sure enough, Goldschmidt became assistant to the director of the PWA Power Division, and by 1942 he was director of the Power Division in the Department of the Interior, reporting to Undersecretary Abe Fortas. 176 In addition to promoting public power, Goldschmidt joined the ferocious battle over use of the water that dam projects made available for irrigation. He supported the campaign of California reformers like Paul S. Taylor and Helen Gahagan Douglas to enforce limits on commercial growers' use of public water. 177. It did not take long for right-wingers to get Goldschmidt in their sights. In February 1943, Martin Dies named him as one of 38 crackpot, radical bureaucrats in the Roosevelt administration. 178 Dies's Special Committee on Un-American Activities was about to expire, and he was fighting to keep it alive. Goldschmidt was in California working on the Central Valley Hydroelectric Project when Dies made his speech to the House. In the middle of a luncheon with state officials, Goldschmidt was summoned to take a call from Washington. It was Fortas, who told him what Dies had done. From his friend's formal tone, Goldschmidt knew Fortas was worried. Returning to his luncheon, Goldschmidt felt the jolt of fear and anger I had not expressed to Abe, but he had to hide it because he was meeting with California Attorney General Earl Warren, known to him then as an opponent of public power, whom he feared might sympathize with Dies. After Goldschmidt returned to Washington, Fortas and others spent weeks drilling him on how to present himself before the Kerr Committee, the House subcommittee formed to investigate the people named by Dies. Sympathetic letters poured in from friends. "Dear Red, Alvin Wirtz wrote facetiously. It was no joking matter to Fortas, who impressed on Goldschmidt that he had better take it dead seriously because not only my own job, but the future of the public power program, the Department of the Interior and the Democratic administration depended on my approval by the committee. 179 Fortas exaggerated, but the stakes indeed were high, and the real issue had little to do with whether Goldschmidt had donated a few dollars to left-wing anti-fascists in Spain. Walter Packard, whose own battles with loyalty screening lay in the future, opined to Goldschmidt that Dies's attack stemmed from propaganda by private utilities. 180. Of Dies's alleged crackpot radicals, the Kerr committee found 3 suspect, cleared 3, and never got to the others. Goldschmidt recalled that for years he carried copies of the Kerr committee report certifying him as a hard-working patriot everywhere he went, in his briefcase, his glove compartment, in his pocket when he went to Capitol Hill. But the talisman lost its power with time. As he ruefully recalled, the Hearst press and others tended to remember the charges rather than the verdict. I would be characterized by the adjective pink, as in the headline, "Pink Aide to Head Science Team," announcing my appointment to chair preparations for the United Nations Scientific Conference on the Conservation and Utilization of Resources 5 years later. Moreover, causes that I espoused, such as the Marshall Plan, were often attacked because of my espousal and part in its formation. 181 In 1948, the American Legion called for Goldschmidt's dismissal from government service on the grounds that he belonged to the Communist Party. Fortas, now in private practice, served as Goldschmidt's lawyer and demanded a retraction. When it was not forthcoming, Goldschmidt threatened to sue the American Legion for libel but apparently never did. 182. The recurring accusations convinced Goldschmidt to leave the U.S. Civil Service. Although the Civil Service Commission cleared him without difficulty in 1948, he concluded that he would never rise higher because Dies had branded him indelibly. When he was offered a permanent position at the United Nations in 1950, he took it. Oscar Chapman had become Secretary of the Interior in 1949 and had already promoted 2 of Goldschmidt's subordinates over him. As Goldschmidt recalled, I knew damn well he wasn't likely to appoint me to the next vacancy. I was too controversial. I had been attacked by Martin Dies and was too vulnerable to further attack from the emerging right-wingers. When Chapman feigned dismay at Goldschmidt's departure, Goldschmidt told him he would come back if needed. If one of these assistant secretaryships opens up, you could always call me. Well, the call never came. And I really didn't expect it to come. 183. Although the Truman administration did not want to elevate one of Dies's favorite targets, it apparently was willing to use some of Goldschmidt's ideas, which included a Marshall Plan for the rest of the world. Goldschmidt's work on the Krug Committee for the Marshall Plan led to his designation as the U.S. member of the Organizing Committee for the UN Scientific Conference on the Conservation and Utilization of Resources. In that capacity he gave a talk before American Academy of Arts and Sciences on January 12, 1949, that was uncannily similar to a section of Truman's inaugural address on January 20. Truman proposed what came to be known as the Point 4 program, to provide aid for technical assistance to poor countries. Although Clark Clifford took credit for Point 4, many journalists and politicians, including Lyndon Johnson, recognized Goldschmidt's influence. 184 Perceiving himself to be at a dead end in the U.S. Civil Service, Goldschmidt moved to the United Nations, where he applied his long-standing interests in economic development through public power and other public works projects in less developed nations all over the globe. Figure 7.4. Tex Goldschmidt, circa 1951. Courtesy of N. Goldschmidt Richardson and Arthur Goldschmidt, Jr. Goldschmidt's respite from Red Scare politics ended in 1953 with the creation of the International Organization's Employee Loyalty Board. In 1954 the IOL gave him an interrogatory. 185 Many of the questions addressed the same old allegations, but there were new ones. Why had his wife gone to the Soviet Union in 1931? Why had he obtained his UN position with help from David Weintraub, who recently had resigned under pressure of loyalty charges? 186. The Wickend and Goldschmidts braced for the worst. Their financial situation was precarious, and Goldschmidt began making inquiries about other jobs in case the board ruled against him. Wickenden vented her outrage by writing a satirical fable about McCarthyism. In submitting it for publication, she asked that her name be withheld because in these guilt by association times her husband might be held accountable for an errant wife. 187. The IOL finally cleared Goldschmidt in February 1955, but like so many others, Goldschmidt and Wickenden carried the scars for the rest of their careers. Not only did Goldschmidt feel permanently marked by allegations already made, he could not predict what other detail from his past might be brought up and held against him. That was true for any loyalty defendant, but Goldschmidt had been more radical in his student years than investigators discovered. Drafting his memoirs in the late 1990s, he mused that he had not joined the Communist Party in 1932 chiefly because he had not been brave enough. He described his friend Rob Hall's decision to drop out of Columbia and become a CP organizer in Alabama as an act of incredible courage. In 1932 Goldschmidt shared many of the party's positions, but he wasn't willing to accept the discipline and felt a bit guilty for lacking the courage of my convictions. Goldschmidt was not ashamed of his radical youth, but he feared it might provide an inexhaustible supply of ammunition against him. 188. Goldschmidt continued to hold various high-level UN positions until 1966, when President Johnson appointed him U.S. Representative to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. 189. That ambassador rank appointment was contingent on clearance by the American Civil Service and confirmation by the Senate. Goldschmidt's consternation when Johnson offered him the position illustrates how loyalty proceedings haunted civil servants. The president called to offer the position in November 1966. Goldschmidt hesitated because he opposed his old friend's policy in Vietnam, but since his prospective superior, Ambassador to the United Nations Arthur Goldberg, did too, he decided the issue was not a deal-breaker. 190. Goldschmidt also worried about the pay cut involved in moving from the United Nations to the U.S. mission to the United Nations, but Wickenden's earning power made it possible for him to accept. Rather reluctantly, Goldschmidt told Johnson he was willing to be nominated. President Johnson stunned him by saying he would announce the nomination first thing the next day. Goldschmidt's old wounds began to ache. He protested that Johnson had to wait for the FBI check. As Goldschmidt recalled it, Johnson's response was, "Oh, for Christ's sake, you've been checked back and forth. You've certainly got clearance." Goldschmidt explained that he did not have clearance in the American Civil Service. Oh, he says. Well, just don't say anything. And you'll hear from me later. And then there was the goddamnedest lot of hoopla. I got calls from all kinds of people that the FBI had been around to see. It all was done in 24 hours so the next day Lyndon Johnson could announce my appointment. And there wasn't any way that he or anybody else could have read all of the FBI reports because they went to all the places I'd ever been to and asked questions. Foreign embassies. It must have cost a pretty penny and it couldn't have been looked at by anyone. Announced it the next day. He knew damn well it was bullshit. Johnson wanted Goldschmidt to take an interim appointment until the Senate could confirm him, but Goldschmidt refused because I was afraid I would be attacked as a pinko, as I usually was. He told Johnson, "I don't want to embarrass you by having an interim appointment and then finding out that you're going to have to back off." Goldschmidt worried particularly about Senator Carl Muent, a HUAC veteran and terrific red baiter. Johnson was persuaded, and Goldschmidt waited to begin the job until the Senate confirmed him in February. 192. In the interim, the Fordises threw a party for Goldschmidt at which the Johnsons were surprise guests. The president came in and he came up and shook my hand, and he said, "Don't tell me what you think of Vietnam until after you're confirmed." Those were his first words to me. It was one of the very few times Vietnam was mentioned. He knew damn well how most of us felt about it, I think. 193. Goldschmidt believed it futile to talk with Johnson about Vietnam, but Wickenden tried to get to the president through Fortis. Vietnam has become like a jealous mistress, bleeding the family not only of resources but emotional support and solidarity. I see disarray among the liberal forces and a McCarthy-like movement on the right taking advantage of the vacuum. 194 While many former loyalty defendants, like the Kaiserlings and Paul Porter, supported Johnson's policy in Vietnam, Goldschmidt and Wickenden did not. Loyalty accusations nonetheless inhibited their ability to influence their old friend, not least because they felt indebted to him and were reluctant to embarrass him by taking positions that might rekindle allegations of their communist sympathies. Goldschmidt was just one public power official subjected to ongoing loyalty investigation. Others include the aforementioned Walter Packard, Leland Olds 195 and Goldschmidt's old boss John Carmody. Carmody was an engineer whose resume included the Civil Works Administration, National Labor Relations Board, and Rural Electrification Administration when President Roosevelt elevated him to head of the new Federal Works Agency in 1939. Carmody's advanced views on race, labor, and peace brought him under attack from the Dies Committee and almost certainly contributed to Roosevelt's decision to ease him out in December 1941. Not only did Carmody never hold such an important post again, but the status of public works programs deteriorated. 196. Figure 7.5. From New Deal to Great Society, Tex Goldschmidt, Elizabeth Wickenden, Landon, and Lady Bird Johnson, probably 1967. Courtesy Columbia Rare Book and Manuscript Library, and Goldschmidt Richardson, and Arthur Goldschmidt Jr. Historians' unfamiliarity with the leftist views of key public works administrators like Carmody and Goldschmidt has led to some faulty interpretations. The historian Jason Scott Smith, for example, divorces economic development and social welfare in explicating the New Deal agenda. Smith rightly argues that public works projects, prominently including the big power dams, represent one of the most important legacies of the New Deal, despite their limitations in ending unemployment or race and gender discrimination. He is incorrect to claim, however, that those limitations reflect the fact that public works programs were never intended to achieve social reform goals. By and large, he concludes, the New Deal was a political project not centrally concerned with advancing racial equality, redistribution of wealth, or social democratic ideals. It was focused instead on the goals of administering and managing resources efficiently while preserving the social order. 197 That conclusion is an example of how the silences produced by the federal loyalty program have distorted historiography. John Carmody, a central figure in Smith's study, certainly was concerned with advancing social democratic ideals, as were many people at his agency, which is why the Federal Works Agency topped Dies's list of agencies with large numbers of subversives. The same could be said of Elizabeth Wickenden, Aubrey Williams, Hilda Worthington Smith, and many other public works administrators. 198. In looking back on his career, Tex Goldschmidt drew an analogy between what the New Deal had done for the South and what the United Nations tried to do for undeveloped countries. Economic development is too important to leave to the blind play of economic forces. It can be hastened or hindered by the intervention of policies designed to increase production and promote welfare. The rich nations of the world will have to do for the poor nations what the federal government of the U.S. did for the South. 199 Contemporaries noticed the continuity in personnel and program. In 1965, columnist Drew Pearson described President Johnson's enthusiasm for Goldschmidt's UN work building dams on Vietnam's Mekong River. Almost 3 decades earlier, Pearson reminded readers, Goldschmidt and Abe Fortas had helped Johnson get loans for dams in 13 Texas counties. The UN projects were an outgrowth of that New Deal impulse, engineered by some of the same people. 200. That impulse was always hemmed in by the power of the American right and was even more constrained after the Cold War gave anti-communist rhetoric unprecedented potency. Goldschmidt knew that the Cold War fueled the development work of the UN system and that his work therefore was restricted by the rigid framework of fighting communism. 201 Rather than abandon reform as a hopeless task, however, he and many like him tried to maneuver within those constraints to create the conditions for long-term social change. For them, the purpose of economic development in the U.S. South, in the Mekong Delta, and everywhere was to strengthen democracy by reducing social inequalities. The federal employee loyalty program thus constricted the flow of people and ideas in both domestic and international policy. In one field after another, government officials who hoped to advance economic and political democracy by empowering subordinated groups and setting limits on the pursuit of private profit found themselves under attack from powerful opponents. Those opponents cynically capitalized on public fears of communist espionage by charging leftist civil servants with subversion. Accused officials soon discovered that, once the machinery of the loyalty program was set in motion, extricating oneself was difficult and required compromise. Some loyalty defendants were more severely maimed than others, but the overall effect was to mute their policy influence at the time and obscure them from view since. The end of reform was neither natural nor foreordained. Conclusion. In a 2006 telephone interview, the 96-year-old lawyer Charlotte Tuttle Lloyd Walkup graciously answered my questions about her government career. Then she asked some questions about my research. My answer indicated sympathy for leftist civil servants caught up in the loyalty program's machinery. After a pause, the New Deal veteran remarked evenly, "I hope you won't reinforce McCarthy and dies." "I hope so, too." Lloyd Walkup's concern echoed sentiments expressed to me by several Red Scare survivors. In McCarthyism's long shadow, only detractors have labeled government officials as leftists, thanks to the endurance of the inaccurate but powerful association, forged during successive Red Scares, between socialism and disloyalty to American ideals. The civil servants described here saw themselves as defenders, not betrayers, of fundamental American values such as egalitarianism and democracy. Not only does acknowledging their presence in the Roosevelt and Truman administrations yield a more accurate history, but a broader understanding of how the right misrepresented and curtailed their influence may contribute to a more informed political discourse. In an early critique of the federal employee loyalty program, the former New Deal lawyer Thomas Emerson concluded, "The answer to the basic problem of our time, the development of national common control over the functioning of our economic system and at the same time the preservation and extension of individual freedoms, depends upon the evolution of new methods of government and the creation of an alert, flexible and tolerant staff of administrators. The democracies, which cannot compete in terms of highly centralized discipline, must seek their strength in resourceful and imaginative administration. If this be true, the loyalty program is fast dissipating one of our most precious assets." 1. The resourceful and imaginative government administrators of the 1930s and 1940s included a cohort of pragmatic idealists whose ideology was shaped by their parents' progressivism, their rigorous educations, and their participation in the Popular Front movement, itself energized by the crisis of capitalism that produced the Great Depression. Recognizing the limits of rugged individualism for most people living in modern industrial society, these civil servants advocated government intervention to provide at least the minimal levels of economic independence and education that were prerequisites to civic participation. Political democracy depends on the achievement of industrial democracy, and this is still far away from us, Mary Dublin asserted in 1938. Citing statistics on economic inequality and the obstacles to informed political participation by the poor. 2 In 1967, as social movements challenged the status quo in the United States and around the world, Caroline Ware opined that the most promising trend of the 20th century was the revolution of rising participation by groups that historically had provided the passive base for the wealth and culture they did not share. 3 Left-leaning New Dealers like Mary Dublin Kaiserling and Caroline Ware were not trying to destroy American democracy, they were trying to strengthen it by making it a reality for more people. But they were among those most heavily penalized by the loyalty program. As the lawyer Eleanor Bontecu observed, the loyalty tests were less effective in identifying communists than they were in punishing the persons who have not adhered to a closed system of thought but reach out for new answers to the problems of our time. 4. For public servants on the New Deal's left fringe, the problems of our time included race and gender inequality as well as class exploitation. The many women among them were especially sensitive to how the family wage ideal, which prescribed male breadwinning and female dependence, had structured the labor market and social welfare policies in ways that disadvantaged women and also excluded most racial minorities. Broadly trained in history and economics, left-leaning New Dealers believed that race and gender inequality served employers by creating lower status groups of workers who supposedly needed or deserved less, thereby applying downward pressure on all labor standards, including those of white men. They saw their mission as sweeping away beliefs and practices that were based on obsolete conditions but defended by those whose interests they continued to serve. As Elizabeth Wickenden understood it, she and her colleagues were participants in a historic struggle between the forces making for social progress, that is, for a better life for the greater number, and the forces intent on maintaining the status quo of personal, racial, class, and national privilege. 5. That linkage of gender, race, and class justice helps explain the left's wide appeal in the 1930s and 1940s. That linkage also helps explain why the right's reaction was so powerful. The responsiveness of some New Dealers to the decade's progressive labor and consumer movements, which incorporated anti-racist and feminist elements, triggered an immediate response from conservative business interests and their allies in Congress and the media. In 1938, well before Soviet espionage became a national security concern, the Dies Committee launched the crusade against communists in government. Congressman Dies had been among the Wagner Act's most vociferous critics, and he opposed the Fair Labor Standards Act on the grounds that you cannot prescribe the same wages for the black man as for the white man. 6. Dies Committee backers included private interests such as the Hearst Corporation, which was facing pressure from the CIO as well as from organized consumers. The Smith Committee soon joined the campaign to paint the New Deal pink, investigating the National Labor Relations Board and then the Office of Price Administration. These initiatives generated enough pressure to win personnel and organizational changes that made the NLRB and OPA less threatening to conservatives. Encouraged by such successes, the Dies Committee continued to mine the anti-communist vein, sowing doubts about agencies from the Works Progress Administration to the Federal Communications Commission to the Securities and Exchange Commission, and challenging the loyalty of the Civil Service Commission examiners then in charge of screening government employees. By the time the Cold War gave charges of Soviet infiltration more political traction, anti-New Deal forces had laid the groundwork for a full-blown Red Scare by priming public opinion and by collecting information on public officials that later would make them loyalty defendants. A surprisingly high proportion of those officials were women, as we have seen, and others were men who promoted women's rights. The gender and sexual conservatism of the new right that emerged in the 1970s often is understood as a departure from the more purely class-driven old right of the preceding period. 7 But closer examination reveals substantial continuity. For conservatives of the 1940s and 1950s, no less than their successors, anti-feminism was an integral objective as well as a convenient tool in the struggle to turn voters against the Washington femocracy. Conservatives cast the civil service as a bureaucracy of short-haired women and long-haired men bent on replacing the traditional American family with a womb-to-tomb welfare state. Imperfect as they were, government measures such as public assistance and equal opportunity weakened the prerogatives not just of employers but also of men as heads of household, by reducing women's dependence on the family wage system. Conservatives tried to weaken public confidence in government regulatory and social welfare agencies by highlighting women's influence in them, and by linking feminism with un-Americanism. It is difficult to specify what would have happened if repression had not narrowed the spectrum of the possible. Many forces contributed to the defeat of social democracy in the United States, and civil servants, even the highest-ranking ones, are rarely powerful enough to dictate policy outcomes. But in one field after another, the loyalty program guaranteed the defeat of more democratic policy alternatives by removing or crippling their government advocates. The subsequent careers of those who were not permanently excluded from government service bore the mark of their earlier traumas, as they constantly reiterated their anti-communism and stopped discussing the tensions between capitalism and democracy. In foreign affairs, we have seen how Social Democrats like Paul R. Porter, Thomas Blaisdell, Rowena Rommel, and Tex Goldschmidt, who advocated international economic planning, aid, and development programs that prioritized reducing inequality over promoting American hegemony, were forced to leave government service or, in the cases of Rommel and Goldschmidt, to transfer to UN agencies where investigations by the International Organization's Employee Loyalty Board continually reminded them of their vulnerability. In the case of public housing, loyalty charges that threatened her husband's career forced Catherine Bauer, the New Deal era's most famous public housing advocate, to soften her critique of the real estate industry and drop her insistence on high-quality public housing as an option for working Americans, not just the indigent. The fate of Bauer and other public housing advocates resulted in federal policies that deepened inequality by isolating the poor in stigmatizing and unsafe public housing projects. Similar constraints shackled advocates of strengthening the representation and rights of all workers and consumers. Barred from government service in the late 1960s, the African-American lawyer Pauli Murray had to wait a decade before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission finally got serious about employment discrimination against women. 8 Mary Dublin Kaiserling and Esther Peterson held on in government service but waged their policy battles on behalf of wage earners and consumers with the knowledge that the opposition was armed and ready to revive allegations of un-Americanism. In the field of social welfare, Wilbur Cohen survived repeated loyalty investigations to become Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, but in the process he revised his prescription for addressing poverty to stress individual rather than systemic failings. Cohen's shift dismayed his former ally Elizabeth Wickenden, whose efforts to resist welfare policies that stigmatized poor single mothers were hampered by the fact that the loyalty program effectively forced her to lobby from outside government. Some loyalty defendants were identified less with a single policy than with the broad social democratic program. The radical New Deal lawyers Leon Kaiserling and David Demarest Lloyd became key Democratic Party strategists and top officials in the Truman administration, responsible for some of its most progressive initiatives. Both were battered by years of investigation, as we have seen. Both adjusted their priorities and tactics, and those adjustments in turn contributed to liberalism's shift toward the vital center. Thus the loyalty program affected not just particular policies but also the general tone and scope of the reform agenda. These constricting effects were even more pervasive, moreover, than the limited number of stories told here can convey. More than 2,000 other large case files await examination. There is no list of the roughly 1.8 million smaller case files that were destroyed, so we will never know precisely who was investigated beyond the initial screening. 9 Certainly the repressive impact on government employees was not limited to the estimated 25,000 who underwent the dreaded full-field investigation by the FBI. Every federal employee filled out a loyalty questionnaire with each job change. Investigators interviewed employees about their colleagues. The machinery did not operate quietly. It also did not operate fairly. Agency security officers, the FBI, and congressional investigating committees leaked confidential information to each other and to their allies in the press. The FBI also withheld information from loyalty boards that would have exposed the dishonesty of some informants. The FBI knew Paul Crouch had misrepresented key points about the Kaiserlings, for example, but because Crouch was crucial to other cases, the FBI told Mary Dublin Kaiserling's loyalty board that it deemed Crouch reliable. HUAC staffer Benjamin Mondale knew that Senator McCarthy was incorrect in labeling Dorothy Kenyon a communist sympathizer, but Mondale stayed quiet as his colleagues continued to challenge Kenyon's loyalty. 10. Knowing that the security apparatus was rigged against them, some loyalty defendants hid things they should not have had to hide. Because they could not trust loyalty officials to distinguish between communists and other leftists, defendants typically downplayed any evidence of leftist views or activism. As a result, we have not recognized that many government officials participated in the radical student movement of the 1930s, for example, or belonged to the Socialist Party. When it came time to give oral history interviews and draft memoirs, many loyalty defendants avoided disclosing that they had been investigated, as we have seen. Before depositing their papers in archives, many people removed materials about the disloyalty charges against them and about the activities that had triggered those charges. These officials' reluctance to relieve painful memories or to have their careers defined by such attacks is understandable, but it has had many consequences beyond the obvious one of misleading historians. Loyalty defendants' silence meant that the biases of the loyalty program against non-communist leftists and against feminists were not confronted at the time and have not been recognized since. By forcing these civil servants to alter or hide their convictions, the loyalty program also severed transmission between generations of leftists. Scarred survivors from Paul Porter to the Kaiserlings kept their distance from the radicals of the late 1960s, who in turn saw their forebears as part of the problem rather than part of the solution. By forcing policymakers and administrators to leave government or reinvent themselves as centrists, the loyalty program not only curbed the influence of non-communist leftists in government, it obscured the fact that they had existed. The invisibility of socialists and social democrats in government has led to an underestimation of the reform potential that existed at mid-century and also of the repression that crushed it. The constriction and eventual demise of the New Deal resulted from coordinated attacks by those whose power it threatened, not from any inherent limitation of its appeal to the American electorate. 11. Correcting the historical record seems especially important now, in the early 21st century, when conservatives have returned to arguing that goals such as a more equitable distribution of wealth are alien to the American tradition and to demonizing any deviation from free market economic policy as socialistic. 12 Again, efforts to address debilitating economic and political problems are handicapped by an elite-driven right that masquerades as a grassroots movement. 13 In order to undercut popular support for progressive policies, right-wing politicians and media figures label President Barack Obama a socialist, a foreign-born Muslim, or a pro-abortion intellectual with an aggressive wife. 14 Anti-feminism, like racism, remains integral to the right's vision and to its strategy for recruiting voters whose economic interests are poorly served by its program of privatization, deregulation, and tax cuts. Progressives generally appreciate the historical significance of the race card, until they also recognize how powerful the gender card is and how skillfully conservatives play it. Not only will women continue to enjoy fewer opportunities in public life than men, but the right's grip on political power will be difficult to loosen. And until American voters reject nostalgia for an imagined lost society based on virtues of rugged individualism, 15 Inequality will continue to deepen, and diminishing numbers of Americans will have the education and hope required to sustain political democracy. We could do worse than to recover the vision of some public servants who define the pursuit of democracy and equality as the essence of Americanism. Appendix 1. Loyalty Case Records and Selection. There is no comprehensive list of federal employees whose investigations continued beyond the initial screening. The vast majority of the U.S. Civil Service Commission case files were destroyed in 1984 after a National Archives and Records Service study concluded they were not of sufficient research value to retain. Only the largest files, about 2,400 files more than an inch thick, were preserved, as Record Group 478. An estimated 1.72 million case files that were less than an inch thick were destroyed. 1 Few scholars have cited RG 478, the existence of which I discovered only after much communication with archivists. The Record Group does not include every case that generated a large volume of documentation. There is no file for Dorothy Bailey, for example, whose case reached the U.S. Supreme Court. Although the Record Group thus is of limited use for sampling purposes, it contains rich data on at least some of the cases that generated files more than an inch thick. What made files oversize was either exhibits submitted by the defendant, typically their own publications, or hearing transcripts. Hearings took place after a defendant replied to an interrogatory from a loyalty board. Sometimes the defendant requested a hearing, and sometimes the board required one because it was not convinced by the reply to interrogatory. Because high-level people were more likely to have publications and more likely to request hearings to clear their reputations, the oversize files disproportionately pertained to high-ranking employees. Low-level workers were less able to afford appeals, and they may have been less optimistic about their chances of success. Similarly, cases involving Communist Party members and cases involving gays and lesbians seem underrepresented in RG 478, perhaps because those individuals were more likely to resign or to be dismissed before their files became thick. The case records of the Lavender Scare probably were among those 1.72 million thin files that were destroyed. 2. When I began my research, National Archives policy prevented me from seeing the list of 2,400 surviving case files that constitute RG 478. I had to guess who might have been a loyalty defendant, obtain an obituary or other proof of death, file a Freedom of Information Act request for each individual, and wait, often for months, in order to receive permission to examine the file at the National Archives. Obtaining FBI files took substantially longer. When an individual's RG 478 file contained FBI reports, I did not request that person's FBI file unless I had a particular interest in the FBI's internal correspondence. I also obtained FBI files on some loyalty defendants whose Civil Service Commission files are not in RG 478. To decide what FOIA requests to make, I compiled lists of allegedly subversive government employees from the files of government and private anti-communists, and I examined records of the U.S. Civil Service Commission and the Truman White House, in addition to lists of professional women in the federal government that were generated by the U.S. Women's Bureau. I also searched secondary sources and the Internet. Obtaining one RG 478 or FBI file led me to other cases because allegations of association with suspect co-workers were common. By this arduous method, I obtained RG 478 and FBI files for about 20 relatively high-level loyalty defendants. The National Archives changed its policy in 2006 and allowed me access to the list of about 2,400 people whose Civil Service Commission files survive in RG 478. That list permitted me to calculate the gender breakdown of those cases, and it also identified as loyalty defendants some officials whose names I knew from other contexts. I soon expanded my collection of RG 478 and FBI files to include about 50 loyalty defendants. Having the RG 478 case list from the beginning would have saved me time, but it would not have produced substantially different results. Now that RG 478 is more accessible, future researchers exploring different questions may decide to examine a larger number of its files, bearing in mind that its provenance limits the meaningfulness of statistical analysis. Not initially having access to the list of RG 478 files actually may have improved the study by forcing me to search far and wide for even fragmentary records on government employee loyalty cases. In 2003, the records of two major congressional investigating committees opened. The sprawling research files and executive session hearing transcripts of the House Un-American Activities Committee and the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee yielded valuable information. Some White House aides and cabinet officials kept files on loyalty cases under their jurisdiction. The records of a subcommittee headed by Senator Olin Johnston in 1955 and 1956 to study the loyalty program include materials submitted by employees who believed they had been treated unfairly. The Arnold and Porter law firm kindly allowed me to examine some transcripts and non-privileged files involving cases that had already been made public. The Fund for the Republic Foundation records include anonymous summaries of 353 cases made for a study published in 1955. I also found cases in the papers of prior scholars of the loyalty program and in books by the journalists Carl Bernstein and Selma Williams. 3. In all, I examined about 600 loyalty cases. I selected the most fully documented cases I could find that involved high-ranking civil servants, and I looked for diaries, letters, memoirs, and oral histories to examine whether and how the defendants represented their experiences. After the list of RG 478 files became available, it was difficult to stop examining additional cases until I recognized that the contents of each new file were fascinating but no longer surprising. I had reached the point of diminishing returns, from an analytical standpoint. I leave it to future scholars to continue mining this mesmerizing, if exasperating, collection. A note of caution about working in these files, and particularly in the FBI reports they often contain: they do not offer an impartial or unmediated view of a loyalty defendant's life and career. FBI agents checked voter registrations, passport applications, and arrest and credit records, and they spoke with past and present employers, co-workers, teachers, landlords, and friends. Attempting to limit the interpretive role of its often inexperienced agents, the FBI trained them to report every detail from their interviews. The resulting reports are crowded with gossip and unsupported opinion, much of it ill-informed or contradictory. The report's cover-page summaries typically highlight only the most derogatory information, belying any commitment to objectivity. Evaluation is further complicated by the anonymity of the FBI's confidential informants, whose motives and reliability varied. Point 4. Fortunately, the case files also give voice to the defendants. We have their written replies to charges, supporting affidavits from dozens of witnesses, and the hearing transcripts. Even there, one must bear in mind that the defense counsel often shape the tone and content of a defendant's statements.